All right. Folks in the back, if we can have a grab your seats. And people in the online, watching online, we'll be starting in a couple of seconds. We'll just wait for folks to settle down. Cool. I think we'll get started. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming down all the way. I don't know where are you all coming from, especially people in the room. I just keep forgetting that it's also getting live streamed. But folks who are coming from the other side of the Bangalore, thanks for making time for this on a weekday. I know it's a long journey, but really appreciate that. Hello, everyone. My name is Farish. I lead the Google for Startup Accelerator program, which is focused on AI focus. And also folks in the joining us virtually, thank you for joining us today. It's good to have all of you here, joining us for the demo day. Welcome to the demo day of Google for Startup Accelerator India Class 7, which is focused on AI. Just little housekeeping before get started for both people online and joining us in the room. So we are live streaming this event. Just be mindful, so everything happening in this room is being live streamed. If you're sharing about the event, please use our official hashtag called #Accelerated with Google. And also, please don't forget to tag us on Google DevSin and Google for Startups, Google Startups. So today is a very special day for all of us at Google. I think you can guess it because you might have seen some of those signboards while you are entering the office, folks who are joining online. But others, if you go to google.com, you know that we are celebrating the 25th birthday of Google. And we happen to have the demo day of our Class 7 on the same day, so we are glad to have that same thing happening on the same time. So it's a big day for us, all of us at Google, as well as for the startups. So we have a packed agenda for the day. So we have like Google leaders and VCs and the startup founders joining us to share how generative AI is fueling the innovations across different areas. So in the first half, as you can see, we have like keynotes and fireside chat, and post-lunch we have startups presenting about their product and how they're solving the solution and also using Gen AI for their product. Right? And we'll sort of do the closing, and then we have a high tea for the folks who are joining in person. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with all of you. So for those of you who don't know about Google for Startup Accelerator program, it's our flagship program focused on high potential startups between seed to Series A. We provide 360-degree support, which across like areas like product design, technology, growth, and people. And it's all done through a 3 months intense hybrid program. And this is one of the example of that class, which is getting graduated today. So the journey of Class 7, it's all began, I think, in June 2023 when we did a in-person bootcamp in Bangalore. So we did a 1-week-long intense bootcamp with all the founders flying down to Bangalore. And we did this bootcamp in our Google RMZ office, and they defined their OKR. And the followed to that, they all worked on a plan which is relevant for their product and the business. And we have a support system which supported them based on the OKR they defined during the boot camp. And today, I think they made a lot of progress. You'll be hearing from them. Progress. The startups, these 20 startups who are graduating from the program. So before I have Karthik on the stage, let's watch what happened at this bootcamp that I was talking about, because I kept talking about it. I want you guys to watch what happened at this bootcamp.
It's been a long journey. From 1,000 plus applications, we've come to choose our 20 final startups.
Going through an intense 1-week bootcamp, covering topics like product and design, technology, growth, and people. And they're meeting like a 50 plus mentors over these 5 days, learning from them and gaining the insights from them, which will help them go and implement some of the changes in their product and business.
We're really excited to be a part of the complete process. Day one was amazing, got to interact with the mentors. We highlighted key problem statements which we would like to focus on and dive deeper on them in the upcoming sessions and upcoming meetings.
I'm so looking forward to the Google for Startups Accelerator bootcamp sessions, trying to collaborate, learn and build together with Google.
It's great to be part of the journey at an early stage. With the advent of Gen AI and where we are in the industry today, it's good to build an ecosystem with early adopters who are solving some of the most complex problems and leapfrogging the whole cycle. So that's some brilliant work.
Together with Google, we are empowering the innovators and supporting the innovation ecosystem to build a better and more advanced tomorrow.
I think that we have been running Accelerator for the last 5 or 6 years, and we have kind of accelerated more than 130 startups.
I met up with 3 companies today across healthcare, travel and e-commerce, and I was really excited about the kind of opportunities that they are pursuing and the kind of problems they are solving.
My dream was to make a difference in people's lives, whether it's businesses or startups or professionals, to solve problems, that too innovatively and think differently.
What an amazing bunch. Wow. I mean, the quality of these startups is impressive. Close to 20 speakers, 50 mentors, hundreds of mentorship hours during this week.
I was excited to look at the enthusiastic participants who are interested in using these latest technologies into their products.
At Google Cloud, we have a range of products you can actually use to tackle all those kind of problems on a step-by-step basis.
Really appreciate what Google for Startup is doing for us to give the kind of collaborative opportunities, access to mentors, access not just to them, but anybody we want to talk to in the whole community.
Our program started with a week-long bootcamp, and this bootcamp highly focused in understanding the startup's challenges, their mission, their long-term vision, the roadmap, along with Google's internal and external mentors.
The 3-month program will conclude with an in-person demo day, and during this demo day, we will be inviting VCs, other startup founders, accelerators, incubators, Googlers, and of course, our cohort to be there. This is our way of showcasing our startups to the startup world.
Good morning. So after the video, I know it's pretty much of a high, almost a goosebump moment for some of you. Definitely for me, having been with you guys for the last 3 months in this journey. Uh, it's great to have you all here on this very important demo day. So how's the feeling? Good. How's the Josh? Yeah. So all ready to go tracking. So all done with rehearsals, practice. It's showtime, folks. Yeah. Okay. So wishing you all the very best for your respective features. I'm sure you guys will hit the ball out of the park and dazzle people who watch your demos and answer all those tough questions. I'm sure you guys are going to do that. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank the mentors who put hours of effort in contributing to this journey. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the startup success managers out here who've been with you in this journey for the last 2 months. And of course, Farish and the team who have put this all together. For all of them, please give them a big round of applause, folks. Yeah, I know we are looking forward to the day, and we have a lot of interesting talks lined up, and we also have the demo day happening where we expect all of you to go and make your pitches. So at Google Startups, our mission is to empower startups to build and scale great products and companies with the best of Google. It's people, network, research. You must have seen some of that happening in the form of the accelerator. So obviously, all of you are new to the accelerator. This is obviously your first cohort. So you would have seen some of our missions unfold during this 3 month journey. So we do it by running programs to support startups at various stages. Google for Startup Accelerator is a high-touch program for growth stage, women-founded and AI startups. Some of you might know that we are running fast women founders. So we run AI first as well, women cohort. We have App Scale Academy to support early. I know some of you have already been to the App Scale Academies. Who is there anybody? Yeah, yeah. So we also have App Scale Academy to support early to mid-stage app-based startups to build and grow into successful global businesses. So we've been running, I think, 2 cohorts of that, and the next one will probably happen during the course of next year. We run various startup boot camps to validate ideas, prototypes, building products, and growing for our student entrepreneurs. We ran a startup boot camp focused on the student entrepreneurs. We are in touch with more than 50 ecosystem partners, a lot of IITs, Indian Institute of Science, IIIT, and a lot of incubators and startup accelerators coming from various colleges as part of the Atal Innovation Center and things like that. We work with them, solicit a lot of applications. We also work with we also have something called the Google Student Developer Clubs, who work with a lot of e-cells in the colleges. We get applications from there in the form of solution challenge. Whole thing gets integrated into a startup bootcamp for students. So we run that. A lot of you must have heard of Startup School. Again, this is the second edition of Startup School, which has been pretty successful over the last few months. We've seen a lot of our ecosystem partners giving a lot of positive feedback on that. In terms of how the content and how the mentorship hours has helped startup founders, especially the upcoming budding startup founders. We run the Android and cloud series to train mentor startups who are building high quality Android apps and tech stacks with cloud during a series of talk, which we do in the form of cloud series talks or Android series talks. And we recently came up with Startup Success Days. So this is basically focused on the large developer community, right? So we want to make sure that within the developer community, there's a lot of startup related content that gets discussed in the form of design sprints, in the form of founders club within the communities, so that people are able to build products. So one of the things which we want to work with the community is to see how we can get a lot more people focused on building products, focused on building businesses, than just offering services, right? So that's a big shift we want to see. If you look at the raw data, it's still 3-4% at best of students who are coming out from colleges getting into the mainstream or thinking of building startups or building products or building businesses. A lot of people are still looking at employment and employability as an option. So we want to make sure that we work with the communities to make sure that people are interested in building products, people build an entrepreneurial spirit than just looking at delivering services, right? So that is the reason why Startup Success Days is ventured into reaching out to communities across India. We are spread across, working with 15, 16 cities, working with local communities to helping them build products and build businesses, if the case may be. And then we have been working with, as one of these projects, we have the Open Network Digital Commerce platform. Through that, we are running a lot of hackathons. One of the recent hackathons which we announced is called the Build for Bharat Hackathon. We want to make sure that many startups are working with small businesses and medium businesses in a way that they can feature their products or services on the ONDC platform, which, by the way, is already available on Google Cloud. So these are some of the initiatives and efforts we've been running, and I want to make sure that all of you, after your demo day, after you graduate from the class, still stay connected with all these initiatives as an alumni partner for the Google for Startup Accelerator. The journey has just begun for all of you. It's not going to stop. It's going to keep growing with this. Okay, so a little bit about Google for Startup for India at a glance. So far we have accelerated 177 high potential startups in India in the last 7 years. This has been a brand which has been running for the last 7 years. Some of you have been tracking this. Initially we used to call it the Launchpad Accelerator. Now we call it the Google for Startup Accelerator. It's been operational for the last 7 years. One of the really good accelerators, I would say, top-notch accelerators, corporate accelerators being run in India. And together, these startups have raised around 3.4 billion in funding and created over 12,000 jobs. We also have 7 Google for Startup partners, and then we have over 50 ecosystem partners. Through them, we support over 1,000 startups, early stage startups, in various forms of mentorship programs, boot camps, and things like that. We can't, of course, wait to see these 20 startups grow and flourish and raise funds and really go solve problems at scale. And we want to continue with these global initiatives and build a global alumni network for these startups and also the existing budding startups. So with that, before I invite our keynote speaker, James, on stage, let's watch the story of one of our alumni startups, Alipo. So let's roll the video, please.
India is full of stories of women not involved in formal paid work.
Because of societal limitations, they couldn't pursue their own dreams.
So that is where we decided to, make a change.
Alipo gives women a platform to learn skills and set up their home business.
So they could actually run a full-fledged micro business from home and be self-dependent. During the time of lockdown, we started spending a lot of time together. And my mom was always busy cooking a lot of new things, bringing it out to us. And she started doing a lot of experimentations. And that is what triggered us.
She was watching a lot of YouTube videos to learn something new every single day. And that's when we realized and saw the passion in her. That's how Alipo was born. Alipo is much bigger than an education platform. And people started asking for more. They started asking for help around delivery support. How do you do compliances? How do you get licenses to run this home business? How do you market yourself?
We are empowering women one at a time. And Alipo is going to change the society for good.
Ayushi and I met in 2008 as part of our college. I still remember that date. We just connected when we started sharing some crazy ideas.
Nikhil is perfectionist. That's how I think we complement each other very, very beautifully well.
Yeah.
He's the one who pushes us.
And she's like the backbone at Alipo, making sure that the business keeps growing and it creates a lot of impact so that we change this world forever.
Good news. We are #2 on Google Play. Check out.
We've seen phenomenal success stories with our women. We almost have 200,000 plus downloads on Google Play and 1,500 women who started their home-based business by now.
Now we should be focusing a lot on the newer courses, like we are trying to organize a lot of different webinars.
The reviews that the customers have left on Google Play Store are very powerful. Might bring tears to your eyes if you start reading them. Aishi and I spend a lot of time driving and just thinking what next can be done at Alipo.
This wave of entrepreneurship is so huge and we have barely scratched the surface. We are envisioning a society where all the local commerce is being powered by the micro entrepreneur, and it has just started creeping in every household in India.
What a video. So with that, it's an honor and a privilege for me to invite our keynote speaker, James Lee, who's the General Manager for Startups from San Francisco. He arrived last night, and without much ado, over to you, James Lee.
I think I'm using slides, but
thank you. Pleasure.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, I came all the way from Seattle, but close enough to San Francisco. Well, first off, congratulations to the 7th class of GFS Accelerator. You've made it. I'm sure there was a lot of hard work and sweat and tears, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, but, you know, ultimately, this was, from everything I've heard, a very successful class, and I want to, first of all, thank you for participating. It has been incredibly meaningful and valuable for Google, and I hope that you felt the same way. So thank you. Today is a really exciting day for me for 2 reasons. One is it's actually my very first time visiting Bangalore. I've heard so much about Bangalore being like the hub for technology, for startups, for innovation, right? And just to see it actually in real life, right? I got in last night, and this morning I had an opportunity to wander a little bit close to the hotel, and then now in the office. I mean, just the amount of energy, right? It's so contagious. Like you feel like everything is hustling and bustling. I turned to one of my colleagues and I said, wow, like, you know, it's one thing to read about it on the newspaper. It's another to look at all the activities on the ground, right? I mean, that energy is just incredible. I have yet to experience the world famous Bangalore traffic, so I will let you know. I think I'll have an opportunity tomorrow to get around town, but that's something that maybe not quite as much looking forward to. The second reason why I'm so excited today is, as you can probably gather from my title, is I spend a lot of time on behalf of Google Cloud working with a lot of founders, building our startup business, and especially our engagement with AI native companies. And you know, I think I cannot overemphasize the importance of the startup community as a very, very critical constituent for Google. As you know, we have a long history of working with startups of all sizes throughout their entire life cycle to help you with, you know, your ideation, with product, to your business plan, to go to market, etc. Right? So we really pride ourselves with the ability and the opportunity to work with you from the get-go and hopefully help you and work together with you to solve some of the biggest business problems in the world. You know, while I was just waiting outside, I had an opportunity to look at a couple of, you know, some of the startups that were showcased. And what dawned upon me was that so many of the problems that you're trying to solve isn't purely economical, right? It isn't about just making more money for a company. It's about how do you better society? How do you better, you know, the people in need? And this is something that resonates really strongly with me My wife is a physician in the US, and I hear a lot about her in terms of kind of the inequities in the healthcare system, the cost, who has access, who doesn't. And she's always telling me, wow, you know, healthcare is probably the last industry to embrace technology. I mean, they're always stuck in the past, right? So I know that we have quite a few healthcare themed AI companies today. I'm very, very excited and looking forward to getting to understand a little bit about what you do. But that's just one example of, you know, we'll talk more about Gen AI, but that's just one example of the power of the ideas, your businesses, right? And the technology and how you're really solving problems for the entire society. So that's another reason why I am really, really excited to get to meet this cohort. A little bit about the GFS Accelerator. You heard from my friend and colleague Karthik about all the work that we're doing. Today, globally, we're running 19 active accelerator programs, and they cut across many different themes. There are AI themes, right? There are ones related to cloud, sustainability, women founder, minority founders, etc. To date, we have worked with more than 1,250 startups, and we've got 700 mentors across the Google and our industry teams to work with founders. And, you know, as I mentioned, what we're really trying to do with these accelerator programs is to solve really hard problems with you, right? These are problems that do not have easy solutions. They're not obvious. And it's valuable for you as much as it's valuable for us, right? Like, we're also learning a lot throughout this journey on how we can better leverage all the resources that Google has, you know, to help solve these very, very hard problems. Today is a Gen AI themed graduation day, and AI is something that's very near and dear to my heart as well, given the work that I do day in, day out. You know, I was talking to a group of founders in the US, also Gen AI founders recently, and one of the things that I had shared with them is I feel like I'm so fortunate to be born and living in this age, right? Because once in a while, something comes along, a technology comes along, it completely disrupts and changes the way we approach everything, right? And I think we're at that phase right now. We're going through, maybe some of us who are in the eye of the storm, we don't feel it, right? But we are in the eye of the storm, right? Everything, the way that we interact with our customers, the business models that are built, right? How data is used, right? Things that were impossible before are now within the realm of possibility, right? Whereas before you had to hire an army of resources to do coding, et cetera. Now with a lot of Gen AI technology, right? You can rely on AI to help you generate a lot of codes, right? There's a company that I've been working with in the Gen AI healthcare space. I mean, what they do is they automate a lot of the work that nurse practitioners are doing, right? With pre and post operations checkup, with things around, you know, billing, you know, patient information entry. They're able to automate so much of that stuff, right? Instead of you having to wait to talk to a nurse practitioner, now there's these Gen AI bots where you can just interact with, right? It streamlines the entire process. So that's just one example. But the point what I'm trying to make here is we are standing in a moment in time where everything changes, right? If I were to tell you I know exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, I'd be lying. I mean, the pace of innovation is measured in days, not years, not months, but days. Like every time I talk to a startup, right, there's something new that's happening that I did not know before, and it's so exciting. It's kind of nerve-wracking at the same time because there's obviously a lot of topics we have to figure out. You know, how do you deal with IP rights? You know, how do you ensure that content owners are compensated? How do you ensure that safety and responsible AI is top of mind and at the center of everything that we do? So those are things that keep me up at night a little bit, right? But at the same time, it doesn't dampen my excitement because I'm willing to see how the world's going to be changed. Now, as a segue to that, I want to talk a little bit about how, from my vantage point in Google Cloud, how we're partnering with Gen AI companies. So I would say there's three primary ways that we're working with Gen AI startups. First and foremost is Google Cloud adopts a very open and vibrant ecosystem. As you know, we have some of our first-party large language models, but at the same time, we want to embrace the entire ecosystem, right? We want to work with other model creators. We want to work with companies that have incredible use cases. Some of them may be adjacent to what we're doing, right? But all throughout this process, we want to work with you, right? We do not see this as a Google-only space. We see this as a together space. And in that sense, we work with a lot of startup founders to provide you with the coaching, right? To share with you some of the learnings that we've had building our models and use cases, and hopefully that will be useful to you, right? So that's one way. The second way that we work with you is we pride ourselves in providing what we call a AI optimized infrastructure. So for many of you who are very compute intensive, right, we want to make sure that we have the right, we call them compute accelerators, right, be it with GPU or TPU chips, right, that we can have the right setup for you so that you can train and you can serve your models in the most efficient and effective way. So that's the second piece. And thirdly is we take a very holistic approach to partnering with founders. We talked a little bit about kind of the building Gen AI model experience, right? We talked about the infrastructure, right? But we're also constantly looking at, hey, are there ways that we can integrate our products together, right? There's obviously GCP, there's BigQuery, there's Vertex, right? But also there's Workspace, right? There are other parts of Google as well, right? Does it make sense to take some of your applications or your models and join forces with us and build something bigger together? Absolutely. And last but not least, I think many founders are great with the technology, in my experience, but sometimes the go-to-market piece is a little bit of a enigma or a puzzle for you, right? So here we also recognize the issue or some of the challenge of how do you monetize, right? Now that you've got a great product, you got an MVP, you got to find customers. And this is also where we like to handhold founders and think about like how can we leverage the go-to-market engine that Google Cloud has built to take you to market to help you to monetize and be successful. So those are some of the things that we do to partner with Gen AI startups. But I want to bring it closer to home, back to India. Again, why I'm so excited to be here today. India is one of, I would say, not one of, I would say it's top 3 startup market in the world today. You look at it by VC funding, you look at it by the number of unicorns now that's exceeded 110, I believe, right? Look at I believe there's more than 99,000, approaching 100,000 startups that are being recognized by the government, right? By any sort of metric, India is at the epicenter of startup, right? So for us to not work with the most promising startups here would be missing the boat entirely, and that's why hopefully you can tell that we're putting a lot of emphasis and resources and investment in the India market because we believe that this is where a lot of innovation is starting. And I know there's a lot of B2C companies in the room as well, right? And my understanding is more than 50% Indians are active internet users. That's a staggering statistics. So many people are online, and the ability to reach 900 million people by 2025. I mean, that just speaks to, the opportunities in the B2C space as well. So I talk a lot about kind of what we do and the program. So what's next? Well, there's a couple of things that, you heard from Karthik as well that we're, really delighted to look forward to. Next month, we are going to announce the 8th class of the AI First Startup for the Accelerator program, right? We're not sitting idle. We're just graduating this class, and we're looking forward to the next class, right? It's innovation never stops, and Google cannot stop. So that's one thing we've got to look forward to. The next thing is, as you know, we do a lot of hackathons. So we've got the Built for Bharat hackathon where we're going to innovate with startups, with developers, and also students on ONDC. So that's another great event to look forward to. And we're also going to be announcing, just on the topic ONDC, we're going to be announcing a deeper collaboration and integration between ONDC and Google Cloud, right? And how we can support startups and building through that program. And we're going to share more details with you. But in conclusion, I really want to bring it back to the most important message, which is all about you, right? I want to congratulate all of you again for going through the program. This is not the end of the journey. This is the beginning of the journey. And I cannot tell you how proud and how honored Google has been to be a partner in this journey as you're getting started. And we very much look forward to staying close to you and continuing this partnership as you rise through your journey. And I have no doubt that every single one of you are going to exit this room and go change the world. So thank you.
Thank you, James, for taking time off and coming here. I think we're truly honored to know that you're in India and you could be here in person and also meet our startups later today. So now it's time for the fireside chat. We are joined with Chintan Shah, who's the Director, Digital Native Business at Google. He's also one of our anchor mentors. He's been closely working with all of the startups in this program. So happy to have Chintan join us as well and moderate this fireside chat. Chintan is also joined by Ankur Pava. He's the managing partner at Peer Capital, and he's going to bring in the VC perspective in this chat, where they're going to speak about Gen AI and its impact on the startup ecosystem. So I'll hand it over to both Chintan and Ankur to take over.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time. Such an exciting cohort of people here who's solving some of the toughest problems out there. I've had a chance to interact with some of you more closely, and it's just fascinating the kind of work you're doing and the speed at which you kind of solving some of these problems across a broad spectrum of areas. And thank you for making it here. We're slightly delayed, but we'll try and make up time as we go. This is right before lunch, so we'll be mindful of that. So firstly, warm welcome to everyone for this special fireside chat today about no points for guessing. It's around generative AI and startups, the hottest topic around today. And we're so privileged to be joined by Ankur today. Ankur is the managing partner at Peer Capital. He's also co-authored an India trend book around the consumer internet economy, and shared some very wise perspective from what he's seeing working with a bunch of partners, startups, and the larger economy. So we're excited to have you, Ankur. Thanks for joining.
Absolutely, pleasure, Chintan. But I think before we get started, really credit to Google. I think everyone in the ecosystem needs a lot of support in building. Entrepreneurship is a tough journey as it is. But I think it's great. I mean, I say this as a venture capitalist, but I also say this as someone in the ecosystem who's seen companies being built, who's seen the challenges of companies scaling as well. So I think credit to Google for some of these initiatives, and really looking forward to interacting with a bright bunch of folks here as well.
Sure. Thanks, Ankur. Thanks for the kind words. So we're living in a moment right now where things are evolving at a very, very rapid pace. The pace of innovation, the pace of progress, a lot of it driven by Gen AI today, is something that we've not seen in our lifetimes. It's fascinating how it has permeated every part of business and work that we are doing. With that, couldn't be a better opportunity for us to hear from Ankur. Like he said, he works such a broad perspective from the ecosystem. So we'll get going on that. Gen AI is driving a lot of new opportunities. All of you, from startups, developers, business heads, even finance teams, everybody's working, trying to see how this can help us leverage, transform our businesses, our user experiences, and the segments that we are serving. So Ankur, coming to you, the first question for today, and
to start with, if you could just share a little bit about the background, your work with the companies that you work with, the startups that you work with, and what's the philosophy behind PR Capital?
Topic I can go on about, but I'll try and keep this brief and focus more on the important aspects of Gen AI and what we'd like to really discuss. But very quickly, Peer Capital, we're an early stage fund, a tech first fund. We're about a $75 million fund. I think the genesis of how we came together as a fund and my personal experience, and just as background, I spent 25 years in consulting between Anderson and EY on the M&A side, built and ran EY India's consumer internet and startups segment. So really privileged to have sort of seen the entire startup ecosystem being born, and having seen the scales that it's reached. One of the things that I've seen in my entire journey really was that capital is only one of the elements of success, for any company, but more so for startups. And while we keep talking about this power law, that exists in early stage, I think the power law works, differently, obviously, when you apply a different lens, to how you think about companies, how you think about company building, how you think about really the scaling models that are available to create more success, and not really just look at the power law as the end all or be all of investing. So Rohit, who's the co-founder of Cloud9 Hospitals, Karthik, who was previously the managing director at Charate Ventures, and I came together with really the mission of enabling founders to succeed. And being able to do this in addition to just capital, the complementary skills that the three of us had, between being entrepreneur, in Rohit's case, being an investor that Karthik had, and I've seen this, the startup to scale up journeys very closely for the last 15 years. That was the ethos really that we came about, and as we started to think about, much like all of you, who are building, right? Any questions sitting with people on this side of the fence always ask you, what was the real problem that you were trying to solve? And in our case, I think it was the problem of the fact that capital is considered the most valuable piece, but it is actually not. Capital is only one of the elements that creates success, and that's the problem that we set out to solve with the differential skills and experiences that we had. The other question, obviously, clearly was why now, right? What's going to change, and what's so interesting about these times that would make us successful? I think one of the things that is really core ethos for us as we really think about it is the fact that whatever has happened in 2021 is a significant exception in any of our lifetimes, and it's both personal, but also from what's happened to markets and growth and the entire favor of valuations and imagine all of us wanting to believe a mythical creature of I wanted to be a unicorn, which is such an irony, but that's exactly what everyone strived for. What we've seen is that there's been a big reset already, right? And we felt that this is one of the best times to go out and build, where the human element, far exceeds the elements of the machine, and therefore the elements of capital. And I think the DNA that's needed to build in this time is what we felt is the most exciting, time to really build. We see that with the founders that we work with. I think the mindset is very different than the tourism capital that we saw in 20 and 21. I think companies realize that the entire focus on sustainable businesses with substance, which, look, truth be told, we all know for the past 50 years, the only way to build a business is with reasonable amount of profit and sustenance. If you don't, it all falls away. So I think we're seeing a different DNA. We're seeing, the right time for us to be able to apply the insights and the learnings that we have had for so many years, and we really chose early stage more than anything else because of the fact that the three of us love the 0 to 1 journey. We really believe that's the place where founders and entrepreneurs need the maximum help, and unfortunately, sometimes that's the place where they find the least help as well. So we really wanted to be part of that ecosystem and enjoy the journey of building along with them. And that's also the name, that's the reason why it's peer capital, because we want to be peers, we don't want to be investors, in a company. We want to be peers to our investors or co-investors as well. There is no competition in this. There's no person who's going to win, single person or group of people who are going to win in this market. I think either everyone wins or I don't think the ecosystem is going to go too far. So that's what got the three of us together. And really, as I said, the mission really is to be the foremost fund in India, which enables founders to win. And very happy with where we've started out and where we are going right now.
Thanks. That's great. That's a great bunch that has come together, and also the cause with which you are focused on supporting the startup ecosystem. By the way, to your point around pitches, we're going to hear a lot of pitches subsequently in the day, where some of our colleagues here are going to talk about the work they are doing and what problem they are solving. To your point, Ankur, you recently earlier this year co-authored a report called Consumer Internet India Trend Book, and that had a vast array of insights across multiple segments that's touched by the consumer internet economy. What are the key trends, insights, if you could share with our audience today, and how it's going to evolve, given the whole background that you mentioned from 21 to now?
Sure. So I think just as context, this is a study that we did with IVCA, EY, and the three of us came together to do it. I've actually been doing this report for the last 4 years, and the idea of the report, I think when it started out, was the fact that the information that is available in an aggregated manner for the e-commerce and consumer internet sector isn't comprehensively available. People look at and look, it is a fairly broad sector, right? I mean, there are 14 subsegments that the way we look at it, and fintech is very different than payments tech, etc. So we really have been looking at it from more focused lens of 14 subsectors, that we look at. The objective of this report, which we've been doing for the last few years, has been to provide a comprehensive view of what's happened in the investments landscape, what's the M&A that's happened, and not just the private equity VC investments, and then by theme, by segment, look at what's already happened and where do we see the sector going in the next few years as well. Just at a high level, I think calendar year 22 had about $15 billion of capital, that went in. 21, I don't remember the exact number, but it's upwards of $38 billion that went into the space. And I think 2020 is about $8.5 billion of capital, right? And which is the point I was making earlier. I think to baseline anything on the basis of 21 is really vaporware. It's not really sensible enough to think like that, and that's why I think companies need to reset their baselines back to reality, and not look at 21 as any meaningful measure of reality. I guess the limited aspects that I would just quickly touch upon, which obviously excited us, and shaped some of the thesis and the aspects that we look at. I think 22, the calendar year, has actually validated the fact that early stage investing in India is rapidly growing. Despite the funding winter, that was there and sort of continues to be there to some extent. Early stage companies continue to get a lot of attention and therefore a fair amount of capital. Certainly the points of decision making, the evaluation criteria have sharpened. That's got a lot harder. It's the velocity that existed in deal making in 22, obviously in 21 rather, didn't follow through in 22 and is unlikely to follow ever again. And when you think about velocity, when you think about volume of deals, and you think about value of deals, 21 was really where the entire trifecta worked, hand in hand. But that's an unnatural market to be part of. So the takeaways clearly were the fact that there will be pockets of investments that are going to break out, stages of investments. They're going to see more, deal making and continued deal making in early stage. Was one of those segments where, despite funding winter, the actual number of deals, the size of deals, went up significantly. And the second key takeaway from that really was the fact that, while traditionally we've all seen, D2C, or fintech or edtech garner most of the capital, 22 we saw broadening of sectors that, were probably previously considered, not attractive enough. And examples of that would be agri-tech. Clearly, there have been a lot of interesting companies that are being built there and continue to be built there and scale. Health tech, again, I think we are seeing, point of inflection, in that area as well. So I think the broadening of the markets was another good longer-term indication that we could see. The third thing I think really was the fact that the amount of capital that was available in the market, that's not in short supply. I think dry powder continues to be high, in fact, getting higher, by the week, by the month as it stands. But I think the interesting thing that we've seen in 22, and we're seeing that even in 23, and we'll continue to see that, is the broadening of even capital pools, right? If you look at, historically, there have been 10, 15, 20 top investors who pretty much pump in a large part of the capital. We've seen domestic capital pools getting diversified, which is actually, from a nation building point of view, fantastic, because, whatever has got built and created in the past has really been with foreign capital. As domestic pools broaden, as the problems of India become more real and therefore require more solving, I think we'll see that sort of, certainly going up. So I think that was another important element of takeaway from this report and the analysis that we did. I would think sectorally, there were 3 or 4 key themes that we were excited to see play out, because those were pretty much centered in our own thesis. I'll just quickly talk about that. Some of them, admittedly, we did not think at that point of time with the Gen AI lens, but we could clearly thinking AI first. So I think health tech and healthcare, it's an area that obviously, given our experience within the founding team, and really the impact that it creates, we've always been very, very close to that as a sector. So we could see, that the entire orchestration of data, that the health stack and the integration of the health stack that had happened, we really believe that, we will see some breakout companies coming out, because of that. If I fast forward that to 1 year today, I think we did this in January or February of this year, so maybe 8 months out now. We haven't seen that fully, but I think the green shoots that we are seeing on some of the new things that are emerging, we can talk about that specifically when it comes to Gen AI. But I think we really continue to believe this is an area that will accelerate quite rapidly. So healthcare, health tech was one of the key themes that we felt is going to accelerate off the blocks very quickly. I think the other core thesis for us in sectors that we invest behind, and we were very clear is going to go rapidly, and again has a Gen AI angle to it in the longer term, was really the influencer and creator economy businesses, right? Because we could see that the entire element of influence has moved quite rapidly. The micro markets that have got created is just creating a new paradigm of how consumers need to be engaged, and consumers ultimately then need to move from the interaction to transaction journeys in their entire digital ecosystem as well. So I think we were very, very bullish about that. We've seen some of that play out, but super excited about what's to come there. I think the third thing is really gaming, and gaming both. And again, I will keep the real money gaming out. It's a subject of many conversations, some good, some not. So I'll stay away from that. But I think just the entire gaming as an engagement model, gaming as a means to entertainment, gaming as a means to learning, and that layering into the gamification of commerce itself is an interesting theme that we chase and we invest behind. I think that is again at a great inflection point, and just looking forward to what happens, there. I think the broader macro theme of tier 2, tier 3 India and Bharat in terms of how that plays out. I think the way we were seeing it is that consumerization of that market is going to take more time. While great strides have been done, but I think their journey from interaction to transaction lags significantly behind. Outside of trust, I think just the modalities that existed in terms of infrastructure, UPI, etc., has all changed that. Last mile logistics is obviously shaping it quite differently now as well. But I think the building blocks are all there. The way we looked at tier 2 India, tier 3 India, and we sort of align that with the broader theme of the entire digitization story that middle India is going to see. And we focused on really, on the entire supply chain digitization, and the element there was not consumer, but business to business, and therefore how does that impact and enhance consumers. So we're really, really bullish on the entire B2B digitization piece that it exists. There are lots of obviously external factors that are supporting it. China plus one, broader macros that are there. The fiscal policies that the government has taken, be it with the incentives that are being provided, etc. And I think in general, the fact that India is now becoming a very strong export market, the financial infrastructure exists to make it, seamless even at a micro level, was an attractive area for us on the B2B side. So I think thematically, those were the 4 or 5 bets that we were taking. And we continue to, sort of, invest behind them. I think the last thing, which is, a broader narrative in the macro that has been played up, enough times. I would say, well, 2 things really. One was the governance aspect of startups and the fact that startups are not well governed. The fact that, it's only an opportunity to lose money versus making money. I think that for a large part has got addressed. I think this happens in large companies as much as it happens in small companies. So I think that's something systemically as investors and the broader ecosystem, I think there is clearly a realization that there needs to be more done. Founder friendly has moved down to being founder fair. And I think that's a realization that we all take very strongly. I think the second thing, which I already alluded to earlier, was building businesses which are sustainable, building businesses which are intended to be profit-making businesses versus cash-burning, cash-guzzling businesses with no line of sight, about where the value comes from. And let me also caveat that by saying that many businesses, and Gen AI is a classical example of where the money comes from. I don't think anyone will ever be able to get that right in the short term. But I think innovation that demands capital, that demands to be, and which can be game-changing, not for 5 years, but maybe 50 years, needs to be nurtured. And I think that's the reality. Innovations or incremental, growth, sort of being cushioned or sort of couched as innovation has no place unless, you can be self-sustaining. So I think those were the 3 takeaways that came out of that report. Glad that a lot of those things have played out well. But I think much as it is with the ecosystem in general, very early days, we'll see how it pans out.
Sure. Thanks, Ankur. That was very comprehensive. For those of you who've not read, I would strongly encourage to read that report in your trend book. It's a very good articulation, about 70 pages of what's happening across these sectors, the trends that are driving them. Thanks for a great summary of that. And you talked about velocity and Gen AI not being there. There was no prime time commercial offering for Gen AI just about last year. So things have changed very, very fast and totally understandable. On that note, how are you seeing some of the companies in your portfolio adopting Gen AI? Some good examples of what's happening.
Yeah, so I think still early days, to be honest, and I think the adoption piece of it, aside, you made the right point again that when we were doing this, early part of this year, there was no Gen AI in the sense that we understand it today, and the worry then, in some sense, lesser worry now, I think, around the use of AI and the potential value that it creates, I think is at a different plane today. I think the aspect of use cases of both AI and Gen AI, I think are clear. The value and therefore the commercial viable cases, I think is still, I think we are far from achieving that as it stands. So much like the journeys of these companies, I think the adoption for some of our portfolios also has been early. But I think some of them, for example, are using it, for example, on hiring, right? I think there are companies within our portfolio sort of using it, to sort of define profiles sharply, looking at recruitment as a market through that, for sure. Companies are using some of this, especially with some of the marketplaces that we are invested in, image cleanup, and sort of resources around that. Elements of supplier ranking, ratings, sort of being able to then layer on a quotient of trust on it, and sort of use that as well. So I think it's a bit early, the adoption that we are seeing within our companies. I think on the health tech side, again, we have a portfolio which we really believe will be able to power this quite significantly. So again, haven't seen too much of implementation at this point of time that we can visually see, but I do know that behind the scenes there is a lot that's being done, which will just change the trajectory of how ideally we look to engage in the healthcare side of things as well. I think the other piece that where it's been used is around trainings, right? And as we start to think about use cases there, I think that's another opportunity in general. But I think that's the other place where we are seeing some people sort of use it.
No, and we've seen this all across. And my simple suggestion to people who I interact with largely is been this: that think of your user journey, you solving a specific business problem, and try and embed them in those journeys, trying to solve what you probably were not able to solve as simply as earlier. Things like automation, summarization, creation, discovery, bunch of those things. So.
And Jithu, we're also trying to use it in our own business as well, right? I mean, again, use cases will evolve, but be it research, what used to take a long time, be it a program like this, right? If you want to read 50 reports and try to summarize it, it's a lot harder, right? So again, I think AI is a great tool there. So we use it a lot of it for research. We use it for competition analysis. Sometimes it's great to be able to leverage this global comparables and really what's happening in the market. So I think in many ways, as I said, use cases, no doubt about it, right? I think there are use cases that are sort of emerging from the woodworks you won't even couldn't even dream of existed. But I think the value, the monetization, and long term, right? What does it really solve? I think the jury's still out there. I think we are still, in the Star Wars era of figuring out what's the next frontier here. But I think it's just great to see a lot of this powering up strongly, and people having the audacity and the ambition to build on it, right? And I think that sort of addresses half the challenge of innovation, in many ways. So yeah, I think early days of usage, on both for us and for some of our companies, but I think we're just getting started.
Certainly, ease of use has been a big factor in why we've seen such rapid progress. But point on there, Ankur, you invested in Series A, seed to Series A startups, right? And you shared a broad perspective about the values you see, how you think of yourself as a partner. What kind of tech capabilities do you look for when you evaluate, say, somebody who's doing deep tech work?
Yeah, so I think just stepping back, if you just look at this big picture, right? The reason you are investing behind a company, the funnel, the way it would go, is really what's the problem that the company is looking to address, right? The problem is the paramount reason for the existence of any company. A lot of people start to focus on solutions, but the reality is that solutions actually can evolve and change. The problem, the core manner in which why you exist, I think is really what's the most important element of evaluation. This is notwithstanding tech, but covers all sectors, right? The problem has to be real. That's point number one. Two, the problem has to be large enough to solve for. Three, the founder, because ultimately at the stage at which we are investing, we are backing the founder's vision and ability to solve that problem and create a highly impactful and differentiated business by solving that problem. So I think the criteria that you would typically follow would be these three. In some scenarios, the what is more important than the other obviously varies. But I think the market dynamic and the size of the market, the strength of the market, and the size of the opportunity, I think, is the paramount manner in which a lot of this gets done, right? So coming to the point on tech specifically, I think in tech is an enabler to solve the problem, and I think therefore the founder's own sort of experience. What's the unique insight he has to solving that problem? What's his background, etc., drives our decision making versus, for example, whether he himself can write code. That's not relevant. But if he has a unique insight to solving that problem, he has lived that problem, that I think is a more important criteria that is there. Certainly when you're investing in tech businesses, you do need to evaluate tech capabilities. You need to understand the mindset that the founder comes from. So for example, in AI, or more importantly in Gen AI as an example, the innovation agenda is a treadmill, right? The whole point of calling it intelligence is the moment it's out there, it's no longer the most intelligent. Now everyone has their intelligence, and you need to now go on to the next treadmill of discovery, of innovation, and of growth. So I think, again, depending on the nature of the company and the entrepreneur that you are looking to back, I think the evaluation criteria sort of go through that. But tech capabilities, whether embedded in the foundational team or something that is being built, is not as important a decision-making criteria. It's important evaluation criteria. But I think the problem, the founder's unique insights, and the market, I would say, are the three core manners in which we sort of look to evaluate. Tech capabilities, obviously, we do evaluate their skills, what they've done in the past life. But look, as again, with Gen AI as an example, or AI, just backing this up a little more, none of us could have ever imagined the use cases that we have, right? I mean, if you told me 20 years back, Chintan, that here's Google Maps, it'll tell you when you'll arrive at a place, I wouldn't have believed you, right? And whatever capabilities you threw at me at then, I would be more surprised than anything else with what comes out of it. So I think the founders, the vision, the dream, the audacity that he sort of is dreaming is really what you're finally backing. Some of these are enablers that you either solve for upfront, or you sort of, do as part of the journey. But the foundational blocks, I think, are more important.
No, couldn't agree more. And so purpose and the problem you're solving trumps everything. Absolutely couldn't agree. To your point, if my past self had told my future self that this is going to happen at this pace, I don't think I would have believed it. So,
but look, we are near reasonable prediction levels today, right? On some matters, on some, I guess we still need to evolve. I mean, Bangalore traffic aside, I don't think Google can do anything about time it takes to get to place A to place B. But look, I mean, I think if you just think about all great companies, if you all think about people who have sort of invented products, sort of built enduring businesses, I think what they started out was with just a unique insight and an opportunity that they were trying to capture. I think, I mean, you look at Google itself, right? Where you started to where you are is a journey which I doubt even the founders would have ever imagined that we will get on that. But you pick the area, you pick the niche that you were trying to cover, all adjacencies that were relevant to that, you started to build on. And, that's the evolution, of great businesses. No one would have imagined where tech would lie in that journey, right? So absolutely, I think the future is nearer than what any of us thought. But as I said, same with intelligence, right? It just gets very old the moment it's out there, and that constant treadmill of innovation, the constant treadmill of what's next, where's the next frontier. I think that DNA of ambition, that DNA of sort of madness to keep thinking and wanting to do it, I think is really what sets great companies and great founders apart from average businesses.
And while you were dealing with the Bangalore traffic problem, Karthik and Parish just kicked us off sharing that today is the 25th birthday for Google. So it's been a fascinating journey. Fortunate to be part of it, some part of it at least. So Ankur, thanks for those. One last question for you, like, what do you think are the top challenges that startups face today? In the space in terms of the entire ecosystem, there's a lot of expectation around using AI boldly but responsibly. What do you see from your perspective, like the top challenges that corporates would face here, the companies would?
Yeah, so I think I'll break it down into two or three buckets. But let me just take the commercial challenge first, and then the legal, regulatory, organizational DNA challenges later on. I think Gen AI, and maybe a lot of people will not be happy when I say this, I think it's still in the hype zone, right? It's crazy good for sure. But I think the entire journey of usage to value, I think the discoveries are not there at this point of time. And that goes back to the point I made about the problem that you're trying to solve, right? I think sometimes, we get ahead ourselves with coming up with solutions, or this will solve this. But I think the stepping back in the question really, is this really a core problem that needs a solution? And this is really what happened last year, by the way, right? I think everyone who was building on open source realized quickly that there is not a lot that you can create in a meaningful long-term manner. You need to start moving into more proprietary models. You need to start building. And while data modes will not exist or should not exist in a model that we are talking about, it has to be user networks. It really has to be the power of the workflows that you're enabling that drives success, right? I think a lot of people started to focus a lot more on what I can do with it. But the core question, stepping back, is what do you want to do with it and why? And I think that question needs to be answered first before people deploy a lot of dollars, a lot of time and effort in going out and building, right? So I would say that don't get overextended or overexcited with this entire hype of the fact that this is the best thing, maybe after the steam engine or maybe after the personal computer, right? It certainly is. But maybe the time hasn't fully arrived where you embed yourself into it entirely without understanding what it takes to build in this space and really what's needed to build in this space, right? So I think that's the one. I think the first thing I would say commercially, value realization, we are far away. Uses plentiful, value realization far away. Until you are able to get a clear path between usage to value, I would not recommend going all into building on this. I think the second piece of this is goes back to the cultural point that I was making. If you are going to be a Gen AI native company and not a company that's also using this, I think the DNA of innovation, of constant innovation, is going to be very different. Granted, the cost of compute, the ability to sort of make things quickly, break things faster than ever it was before, pivot, all of that exists. But I think the cost of errors, the cost of missteps in your journey are also going to pull you back that quickly, because time is no longer a moat, right? A lot of people thought that if I built something ahead of time, others haven't done it, it'll take them a long time to get here. I think that's history. for a large part, right? Certainly for some segments, proprietary models, data models will be moats, but there are very few, that will exist. And I think the foundational models at some stage will make that change, rapidly, and therefore, it's going to be hard to build on. So the innovation treadmill is something that you need to sign up to. I don't think you can rest on one innovation that you do, which sort of you believe has arrived and that's it. It's not going to work like that. You'll have to constantly evolve. So that cultural DNA, that mindset, the tech team and the culture needed within that team, I think is going to be at a different level. So that I think is the second thing, clearly I think is important to, from a building point of view that founders should certainly think about. I think the entire regulatory piece is evolving. And rightly so, because I don't think the pace at which this has arrived at our doorstep, I don't think any of us could have even imagined. And all of you who sort of building in this space couldn't have imagined it. Imagine how our governments and regulators would have ever have thought about it, right? But I think there is going to be certainly regulation that's going to come in. Europe obviously is leaning more hard, as they normally do. Other geographies are being a little bit more liberal about it because I think they're still in the discovery stage of what this finally creates. So the regulatory, levers are going to evolve. That doesn't mean you don't build. That just means that be watchful of them and be prepared for impacts that may happen in on the regulatory side. Some industries may see more of it, like health tech, for example. If you talk about drug discovery, or you talk about elements of diagnosis that are improving outcomes, there maybe there'll be more regulations given the impact that it has. Maybe in education there might be lesser. So I think regulation is going to come. You'll just have to evolve with it and take a sectorial view, as you go about. The third, I think, is really in the social media world, is really the echo chamber and the that we operate in. Here is really the hallucinations of the data that we have to obviously worry about, the bias that information has, because there is at this point of time no way for you to be able to verify or evidence that information basis which all of these outcomes have got generated, right? So take the example again of let's say healthcare, and I cannot use data from North America and apply that to something that I'm doing here, because the outcomes may be very different, and they will be different given the the genetic makeup and other things that sort of are driving that. So I think that bias, the quality of information, I think fundamentally will mean that outcomes that you generate from it, you will have to test the hypothesis a lot more sharply and closely. There is going to be newer skills that are needed, to do this. So, we never had something like an AI ethics, role, but I think that's going to evolve. There's never been an AI auditor. That's going to evolve because that's going to be a must-have, to be able to prove credibly, what you are doing. So I think that's the third. And the last thing I think, and this is this is for founders to the extent that the reality is many roles, will become redundant, or if not fully redundant, the what the roles entail will dramatically change. And I think it's incumbent on us as an ecosystem, on founders and builders, to make sure that you leave no man behind, right? So you really have to work towards making sure upskill, reskill, because this entire demographic dividend that we've been talking about for so many years, and while it's finally come, if we now move into the age and era of the fact that we don't need as many people, I think we are staring at ourselves into a very, very different future, which I don't think we should. So I think that entire philosophy of leave no man behind is very important when you start thinking about the future challenges that AI and Gen AI actually creates.
No, great, absolutely. While we made a lot of Gen AI announcements this year, we've been singularly focused on making sure that we build AI that is safe for everyone. We came out with the principles around AI usage and creation a while back, and that still guides us as a company. So very, very valid points. But Ankur, great chatting with you. Some tremendous insights. I'm sure all of you had, appreciated the insights. What I'm taking away, one thing, that there is plenty of capital available, especially in early stage when you're solving some interesting problems. That's a great insight as well. Thank you so much for the time you've taken and sharing your perspective. Great having you here.
Not at all, Chintan. Again, thanks so much. And I sort of reiterate what I said at the start. I think as an ecosystem, we need partners like you. So thank you for all the efforts that you guys are putting in, both locally and globally. I think the power of the collective and the collaborative that this generates has far-reaching impact. So thank you for doing that for us, and I guess for all the founders here as well. I think on their behalf as well, I think it's very important to have safe partners like you who can help us in the journey. So thank you so much, and I think good luck to everyone who's pitching as well. I think entrepreneurship is a hard journey, but look, you already made that plunge. So the only way from here on is up. So good luck with the journeys in terms of what you're building. And thanks again, Chintan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chintan and Ankur, for your time and for joining us. And now I think it's time for lunch. So everyone, hope you're hungry because we've got a big spread for you in office. But just make sure that you're back in this room by 1 p.m. so that we can actually get started with the startup pitches and you can get to see these promising startups that we're working with. And for viewers on the live stream, just a heads up, we'll be taking a short lunch break. Hope you're eating too. See you soon. The cafe is on the same floor. It's right on that side. It's called Cafe Jiva. We'll have people escorting you as well. Oh yes, let me just get it to you right now. Clicker?
Yeah, I just want to see
What's
the setup going to be like.
You just need to click Hi, everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch. Requesting everybody at the back to be seated. I promise you there's time for networking post the startup pitches. So how this is going to work is we have 20 startups in our cohort, all AI focused. As you can see, these are the 20. There's such promising startups, and trust me, you're going to know in a couple of minutes when they start pitching. So the format is it's 5 minutes per startup, and we already have our first startup ready, which is ActoFit. They're a Mumbai-based healthcare startup, fitness startup. I'm going to hand it over to Prateek now, the founder.
I think he has a question. Do I? I don't need the mic, right?
No, you don't need the mic.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Thank you everyone for being here. I know after lunch is probably the worst time that you all want to get into something like this, but hi everyone, I'm Prateek Saraugi. I'm the co-founder and CEO at ActoFit. We are a wearable tech company which has been working on behavioral change in health, and using that we have been working on reversing chronic disorders in India. Let's understand why this problem is a problem to start with. More than 42% of Indian adults are suffering from chronic disorders. More than 40% of deaths in India happen because of chronic disorders. These include the likes of diabetes, PCOS, obesity, and ultimately leads to events like cancer and heart attacks. 85% of these problems are not curable because they are, or not curable by medicine because they are based on metabolic imbalances. And this is where lifestyle changes come into play, which we all know is fairly simple, but how many of us are actually able to address that and structure that? So using our AI-enabled, wearable-driven, data-driven platform, backed by science and patents, we have been able to see more than 30% reduction in hospital visits and more than 60% reduction in healthcare costs over 350,000 users that we have been serving since inception. Since we joined the Google program about 3 months ago, we have been working on some very, very cool new innovative products. And I don't have much time to talk much about them, but we've been working on some scientific-based evidences when it comes to deriving new insights from glucose. We do patch you up with an Abbott reader. We do put you on smartwatches or smart rings or body composition machines to track your body health. And using all of that data plus some diagnostic tools, we are then able to understand how you're progressing in your journey. We do offer right from 30 to 90-day programs where you are being treated for these chronic conditions led by doctors or by physicians and nutritionist coaches. We introduced a face scan solution, which again tracks biomarkers in real time within less than 30 seconds. And as it takes a video, it is then able to detect the risk of diabetes, the risk of mental health and other conditions, again backed by AHA and ADA with more than, say, 95% accuracy. And using Vertex very recently, we've also powered a complete health coach, but I need to jump on. One of the conversations I was having earlier today is why do we still need the Abbott patches? And one of the cool solutions that we've been working on, again with the help of Google AI, is working on virtual CGMs. We've achieved 98% accuracy in the high degree formulas that we are applying using LLMs. And using this, just by having input of what you are having, or what you had for lunch right now, we are able to predict what your glucose score and levels the next 2 hours is going to be. And this is something that we have continuously been working on, and hopefully we are looking at a launch closer to next year, and we are entering clinical studies and trials for this right now. Using Google, again, we've been, and their mentors, we've been able to revamp the complete UI design, the interfaces, which is now used by close to 500,000 users right now. Everything that you see on our application is completely science-driven, is backed with data. We have multiple publications out there in international journals. Number one, validating the accuracy of, say, our body composition machines, validating the accuracy of our sensor readings, which we take from the Abbott reader, but that is at a 98 to 99% accuracy, which is much higher than, say, what you would hear from, say, other industry competitors that we have in this space. We have done clinical studies with hundreds of patients who have been suffering from diabetes, and we've shown in those studies more than 3, a drop of more than 3 in the HbA1c levels on an average in less than 90 days. And ultimately, there are a number of other studies, right from the data that we get and the correlation that we do with medical grade accuracies are out there. Moving on to the businesses, our business models majorly rely on us selling these devices directly to the consumer, either through B2B or B2C channels, and then doing diagnostic tests, both in corporate wellness and direct to consumer, but also in B2B channels, and then providing a complete digital wellness or a chronic disorder recovery program along with that. The most common difference that you would find between us and some of our competitors is the science and the data that we come with, the research that we come with, and you'd probably find a lot more scientific papers around claims that we are making, and everything on our app is backed by them. Just in the last 3 months, we've added around 12 new partnerships, and our business models are very, very unique. We work with insurance companies, and the insurance companies pay us or sponsor or subsidize the cost substantially for the users because the users end up spending lesser on healthcare, and ultimately the underwriting benefits from that. Similarly, we work with pharmaceuticals and healthcare and hospitals because we are then providing a lot more accurate data that they can work on. Again, I think my time is up. I have to go, but this was a quick run through of all the certifications and demos and trials that we have been doing. I think I'm on time.
On time.
A little bit about the team, but okay.
How many slides left?
I don't know. One.
Okay, thanks, Pratik. Thank you. And you know where to find him in case you want to meet, since he clearly didn't get to finish his presentation. Sorry about that. Okay, we've also got our next startup ready. We've got Manoj, who's the founder of AlgoBio. He's going to be talking about how he's changing the world of biotechnology.
Thank you, Anjali. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and very happy to be here. So we are Algorithmic Biologics, and I am Manoj Gopalkrishnan. I'm the founder and CEO. Maybe I should move over here.
No, right behind the podium for the camera.
Oh, all right. Okay. So we are building better molecular information for a better tomorrow. So what does that mean? Let me, tell you my story first. So 20 years and 1 month ago, I was a young student starting off my PhD and in computer science. And unknown to me, I went there thinking I'll do a computer science PhD, I'll work with computers. But my advisor pushed me into a molecular biology lab in my very first week and said, go and cook up some DNA. And so the only thing I'd cooked till then was tea. Suddenly I was cooking DNA molecules, I was building DNA nanostructures. I got lucky, I got like 2 chemistry papers in my very first semester. And I thought, hey, I can do this. And then nothing worked after that. So literally in my PhD after that, whatever experiment I did, it didn't work. So I went back to computer science, to math, still involved in this field called molecular computing. And I've been a researcher in the field of molecular computing now for the past 20 years. And I've kind of published, through this spectrum from computer science to chemistry and so on. And I used to think that not being able to do lab experiments was my problem. But when COVID hit, it hit me that, it's not my problem. The world is not able to tell who has COVID, who doesn't have COVID. And it's a problem that's much bigger. Every time somebody goes to the lab, they struggle to get the right information out. And so when I realized that I also have built the tools in some way to solve this problem. And we started putting together this team. And I'm proud to say we've put together a very strong transdisciplinary team to solve this problem. And what is the impact of this problem on the world? Let's sort of take a 10,000-foot view. Molecular information can take us from sickness to health, from ignorance to knowledge. There are extreme problems today in the world which require us to unbottle the power of molecular information. One example is sepsis. 11 million deaths per year, 50% cases in children, high impact in LMIC countries. Rare disease diagnosis, it's called rare disease, but 1 in 10 people in this room is suffering from some rare disease or the other. Huge economic burden. Again, disproportionate impact on children. Newborn screening. Already in countries like the US and UK, newborn screening is a solved problem because every child gets screened. In India, it's 2% getting screened. Almost 1 million preventable deaths due to this lack of screening. All these problems, what's keeping them from being solved? It's not science, it's not technology. The solutions are there. But getting them to the market, that bottleneck has prevented us from solving these problems. So what is preventing them from getting to the market? The problem is molecular information is hard to get out. You can get scale, you can get accuracy, you can get affordability. Pick 2. It's hard to get all 3. Yeah. And so with this kind of a challenge, any company in the past 25 years that has managed to move this paradigm has created and captured billion-dollar markets. This has happened past 25 years multiple times, and we have seen this with multiple companies. We believe we have a new technology which is based on AI, which is a pure software play, which can bring about the next order of magnitude in this kind of a problem. And that's what I'm going to tell you about. That's what we are building at Algorithmic Biologics. So here's the idea. So we go to a level of abstraction. There is information in molecules. This information has to get to a report. That report will be used by a clinician to drive diagnosis. It will be used by a pharma company researcher to get you the next generation drug, and so on. To get that report from these molecules, you need to do some kinds of tests. These tests could be PCR, mass spectrometry, next generation sequencing, various different kinds of platforms. The new idea we bring in is that do something to the information before it is measured and do something to the information after it is measured. This new idea is actually an old idea in telephony where it goes by the name of coding theory. So we are building a coding theory stack for molecular information using the power of AI. And what enables us to do this is performing certain manipulations on the information before it is measured. And these manipulations can be performed either at the physical level by simple lab operations like pooling, or with chemical assays that actually achieve the impact of coding in the pot. And so the information is then measured using the standard tools. And after that, we have our AI software running on the cloud, which is able to decode, deconvolve this information, and give back the information that people are looking for. We are able to make a change in accuracy, scale, and cost, and we serve our customer along the dimensions that they are interested in. So here has been our progress so far. We have already proved in the field that we can take a large number of samples, compress them down to a small number of samples to be tested, and then do a deconvolution, get back the results. We have currently been through the program, through the Google for Startups Accelerator program, we have managed to get our next generation sequencing product to market. We have tied up with Dithiomics, one of the pioneering labs in the genomics space, along with 3 other labs. So out of the top 5 genomics labs in India, 4 are already our customers. And we are delivering to these labs accurate results without making them buy anything new, no new capex. It's a plug and play, and they are able to achieve unprecedented scale in genomics. They are able to serve the genomics market at costs, at prices that have not been achievable before, and making the test much more accessible to many more people. Okay, so that brings me to the end of my talk. Thank you all for listening, and I hope that you take something away from this.
Thank you so much, Manoj. We have our next founder here. He's come from Chennai. We have Rahul from Atsuya. Rahul, welcoming you on stage.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rahul Ganapati. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Atsuya Technologies. We are India's sustainability startup powering operational efficiency with an eye on sustainability. One of the biggest questions today in the market or for any business is, should I actually focus on planet or the profit, right? That has been a biggest dilemma today in the whole industry. And what we are doing at Atsuya is we're trying to power, I think there is... I hope I get some extra time. Okay. Okay, what if we say, as an enterprise who's really concerned about sustainability, which is really a boardroom talk today, and everybody wants to get started with various regulations coming in, and we are here to say an operational excellence initiative can lead to a sustainability, be it the energy, the water, the compliance that is there in a building or a facility, can be sorted out with IoT and deep tech, right? Today, in India, we are powering close to 95% of the meat retailers, 65% of the quick commerce, the 10-minute delivery folks. and we have been impacting plethora of verticals from auto to various other verticals. And all we do is, in a facility, we monitor multiple parameters. We are a full stack company, which means we do all the way from device to dashboard. And what we do is we kind of connect the devices or the facility to the internet, collect data, detect what is happening, and direct an individual on the action that needs to be taken, all on an automated AI mode, which means I don't have somebody to look at a command control center and decide if this is critical, I need to raise a ticket. But our system is intelligent enough to raise its own ticket, meaning any cold room in the city today, we're the largest in India in monitoring the cold rooms to save food loss in India. And any cold room that is down in the night due to a power cut automatically gives a phone call to the operations manager and say, I'm down, please come and save the stock, right? With all of that in mind, we said, okay, working with Google, how can we add another dimension to this whole platform that is already there? And this is an amazing A1 team, and we call ourselves A1 because we want to be A1 in everything that we do, in everything we deliver, and also make our customers A1. So A1 is really an emotion in our company than a product, right? So today we serve about 80 clients, 4 unicorns, 1 Fortune client, and we have 11 patents that we have filed, and we are kind of rapidly growing. Today we are a team of 120 people, and we are really scaling, serving customers in 52 cities and making a huge impact. And more important, we are measuring this impact that we are actually creating for the customers. Adding from Google's Accelerator, we have actually built a new module where we are actually converting all your CCTV cameras into intelligent devices, adding a layer of intelligence into this whole scheme. And what we have done is we're introducing A1i, which is basically an additional layer on the CCTV cameras for you to kind of perform safety, customer experience, quality, and productivity. So all you need is to download our app, install this device, which is a wireless device, just you configure it in an IP as step 1. And step 2, you select all the algorithms that are required for you to be mapped, like for example, fire detection, real-time object detection, or it could be any other insights that you want to kind of add to your whole operations, and then you get all insights readily available. And this additional module that we have added to the larger platform that also drives sustainability report with a click of a button. Now, from a tech standpoint, we have really used a lot of TensorFlow models, AI on the edge, YOLO models, and federated learning, and a lot of ML ops. Thanks to the Google team, 3 months has been amazing, focused, and we've been able to add this product into the portfolio. And with 2 customers already using it, one of the largest oil and gas company and one of the largest wheel manufacturers in India is already using it for quality and SOP compliance already. Now, our journey has been great, and we want to get listed in the Google Marketplace starting October, and we'll be working closely with the Google Cloud team for us to get listed on the marketplace. And these are some of the traction with our existing clients, and our idea is to get this implemented in 15 clients by the end of March. And we are looking at 2x growth, 4x in the revenue, and we've been growing 5x in revenue from last year to this year already, and 3x in people growth. And we are expanding our footprint into Malaysia, where we are starting big operations there for large mall operators and oil and gas verticals as well. And we're looking, we are currently at a Series A. We hit our profitability last year, and we are currently at a Series A, looking to raise USD $6 to $8 million for, it's a purely growth fund that we are looking at. And we do have some lead investors already, and that's our plan. On the whole, what I would like to conclude is there is information everywhere, and how can you bring in AI and ML or the Gen AI to kind of convert this information into intelligence. And thanks to Google, and we're really looking to get accelerated with Google. Thank you.
Thanks, Rahul. Did you take the clicker with you? Thank you. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Rahul. We now also have our next startup, Ayurhythm, also in the healthcare space and based in Bangalore. Over to Sandeep.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Anjali. I'll take you to the realm of Ayurvedic intelligence. All right? When we talk about deeper personalization, Each of us are unique, so are our wellness needs. And that's the motto or the philosophy with Ayurvedam was born. So I'll move to next. Yeah, so that's the motto which I was saying. What happens, right, whenever we talk about personalization, right, people talk about that, how I can personalize. Those are the challenges which the Ayurvedic industry as well as the people who want to practice holistic wellness face, right? So the key challenges which are everyone faces are the objective and repeatable measurement, that how we monitor that what's my body constitution, how it's moving, what the continuous monitoring or the vitals I should check. The second is the real-time personalization. Now you check that, okay, this something is off balance, but what I should do, right? What kind of suggestion should be available to me? Those were missing. And the third was accessibility and the tracking, that when I started my journey, let's say I'm on point 0, right? How I am going towards 1, or whether I'm digressing, whether my balance is coming back to the normal, or I'm still off balance, and for what level. So those are the challenges wellness providers as well as users faces. So these are the 3 things which we are trying to address with the solution Ayurvedam. A little bit of gyan on the Ayurveda, like it talks about that the body balance is made up of 3 things: your mind, body, and metabolism, which are defined by 3 Ayurvedic doshas called Kapha, Pitta, and Vata. So they have a natural balance called Prakriti in your body, and that balance varies from person to person. And then there is something called Vikriti, which is the Sanskrit term for off balance, right? So what happens right now at this point where I am? So the deviation causes, and Ayurveda says that you have to go back to your balance. That's why that uniqueness and the personal suggestions plays a vital role in your entire wellness journey. So what we have done, we have created a solution and digitized the entire wellness or Ayurvedic assessment engine. We created a Prakriti solution just by answering few questions. You get your body balance at the time of inherent body balance, which is the Prakriti, and for getting the Vikriti, which is done manually currently by Ayurvedic practitioner who place their 3 fingers on your radial artery and does Nadi Pariksha. We have digitized just by placing finger on the mobile phone camera for 30 seconds, or you just do the face scan for 30 seconds, or you can use a solution. We build it like a repurposed oximeter. You just place your finger for 30 seconds in that and your assessment happens. So the signal acquisition can happen by 3 different sources. Any of this you can utilize, and then the Ayurvedic healing suggestions comes to your app itself, that how you can bring back that balance in terms of yoga, what yoga good for you, what food good for you, and what kind of meditation you should do based on your body balance and right at that moment. So under the hood, there is a method called PPG, which we use for signal acquisition, which is the photoplethysmography. And then based on that, we apply our patented algorithms, considering your height, weight, age, and gender into it, and then calculate 7 different vitals in terms of what the Ayurvedic parameters based out of, and correlate to the Ayurvedic biomarkers, Kapha, Pitta, Vata, so that the entire constitution has been calculated right at that very moment. We created the user's wellness profile. You can see 2 rings. There is one which is the Prakriti, which is his ideal or his or her ideal body balance and where they are right now. Then we see the deviation, and then provide the recommendation, and user have a choice that what kind of goal you are addressing. Maybe somebody is just focusing on weight loss, but somebody might be looking just for mindfulness. So they can do that personalization of their goal at that very moment on the app itself, and the recommendation follows. You can see some of the screenshot of the live app itself. Then in terms of the business model, so we started as a B2C company where we are close to 1 million downloads now, with more than 500,000 registered users on our platform. And on the B2B side, we have started monetizing. We developed in the last 6 months the solutions for B2B company, which have Ayurvedic practitioners as well as the service provider, the wellness service provider. So we have close to 200 plus Ayurvedic doctors using Sanai solution. Sanai is nothing but Sahaj Nadi Yantra, we call it. And we have a couple of licensing deal with a US and a UK client for providing directly our tech stack, and they build the solution on top of it. So as I say, Sanai have multiple application. The way we are monetizing, one side we are monetizing by Ayurvedic practitioners, and the other side we are even licensing our APIs and SDKs to the service provider outside India too. And then the licensing, we are trying to work with D2C providers, herbal stores and all. We are providing our solution so that they can map their products which are customized to the people. So as part of the Google Accelerator, we have leveraged the AI and the Gen AI capabilities. We are using MediaPipe for the facial recognition and the signal acquisition, as well as we are providing more data-driven insight to the Ayurvedic practitioner, as well as the product recommendation, the entire Gen App Builder and the MediaPipe, how we integrated this in our solution. We have launched recently our AI chatbot where you just ask a question and it will give you the Ayurvedic solution just right there, and faster response to the action. And so currently we are raising a round of close to $500,000 via CCD for our growth in this B2B journey and monetization side of it. And that's our team. So we are 3 founders and we have advisors on our panel, which are like in the industry veterans, as well as like the Nadi Pariksha from 30 years, as well as D2C expert Arjun Vaidya, if you know that he exited from Dr. Vaidya's with RPSG group. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Just give us a second while we get our slides in order. So we've got Vishwanath, who's the founder of Blend, again, a Bangalore-based startup. So over to you, Vishwanath.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Vishwanath, I am one of the co-founders at Blend. At Blend, we are building a AI native design software for e-commerce merchants. We actually shop with our eyes and not with our fingers. The visuals play a huge role in making the conversion for any person who is trying to sell online or make that sale online. This is how every single thing that we purchase online, they actually look stunning. In order to create these stunning listings, be it a long tail merchant or a very large D2C brand, or even for that matter, a very large brand like Apple, Adidas, and Nike, they go through a lot of hustle in the background. Before that, this is what we have achieved so far in the last couple of months. At Blend, we have built our native custom-built models, which 15 custom-built models. All of these different models work in harmony to create a beautiful design, of which one of the particular model is 1.5 times better than OpenAI's Clip, which helps in image-to-text conversion. And till date, over 10 million plus visuals have been created on Blend. All of these visuals, they either cater to an e-commerce visual or a visual that is for an ad listing or visual that go for a social media engagement. Our models have been trained on 300 million parameters plus, and it just takes like 5 seconds to just create a design. This is how brands and long-tail e-commerce merchants really struggle in the background. Merchant has to spend so much time in order to take that perfect shot. They adjust their backdrops, the lighting, and the shadows. Post that, they use all of these primitive editing tools like Adobe Photoshop, which has not been invented for so many years. And if you actually notice, like more than 80% of all the content creation is completely mundane and repetitive. And because Blend is into helping anyone to make that sale, after creating that visual, Blend also automatically helps them to create a design which in terms of copywriting, which means that let's say if someone is trying to sell a shoe, the creative will start talking about, hey, lace up these kicks, 20% off, buy now. Over here, Blend automatically generates like more than 1,000 different variations of the creative. All the merchant has to do is just pick from one of the options and just share. Not just that, when we are talking about larger teams, there are two parts of the teams into the growth marketing. One team is into performance marketing, other team is into design automation, But the problem with that is all of these different teams are disparate and they are into different tools. They don't really know any insight on how the creatives are really performing on different channels. And the cost of experimentation is also very high. With that, with all of these different insights, we started Blend. Oh, I'm gonna play. Here is a quick demo.
Days off, we number one. Lace up these kicks, and we run. Like this, we gon' get it done. We gon' get it done. Take no days off, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done. Get it when we start, we gon' get it done. Start when we stop, we gon' get it done.
All right, so the product can be placed anywhere, be it on a kitchen counter, on a pile of a garbage, or rather anywhere. So all a merchant has to do is just point their camera at the product. Blend automatically creates a design. These are the step-by-step process that really happens behind the scenes. All of it just takes like 5 seconds. Like the first step we do is we do a classification, what the product over here is. Over here, this example is a cosmetic. Then we get the entire depth information, pose estimation, and whatsoever. Post that, we do a background removal, and we instantly start painting the scene, which is more realistic in nature. So all of these different scenes can be completely natural, like on a beach, on a kitchen counter, or wherever. Then post that, we instantly start copywriting, and all of the design is automatically ready for anyone who is trying to sell online or market their products online. Here, this is how it really happens. We generate these realistic backgrounds. And not just that, with help of Palm APIs, we actually, merchants can actually start writing about their expectation. Hey, perfume 20% off. Now that they have just said this, Blend automatically starts creating these designs which are ready for them. They can just pick from one of the options and just share. Actually, I take a lot of pride in showcasing this slide every single time whenever I present. This is what we have achieved so far. We have 15 plus custom models that we have built from the ground up, and till date our lifetime burn has been just 1.5 million. However, our counterparts from the USA, they have raised like more than 40 million plus. They are still trying to figure out what needs to be done. So we have built our models, we have built our UI, we have sort of built our own data structure and like growing massively. Here is a quick intro to the complete landscape. There are generic tools and there are AI native first tools. The generic tools are obviously very beautiful, like Canva and Adobe, but they solve a myriad different problems. Then there are AI native first tools like Midjourney, then Photoroom, Playground, and Blend. Blend is only focused towards e-commerce only use cases. Here is a quick intro into the one particular model which is better than OpenAI's clip. As soon as you upload any image into Blend, we have more than 80 different attributes which classifies into what information is from there. Our background models are actually one of the best in the world. This is a very, very tough image to segment. If you see the competition over here is Canva and iOS, Apple iOS. They leave quite a few of these blobs, but Blend, even for this complicated image, it generates a very high quality cutout. This is our roadmap. Until now, we have been only focused on the visuals and the copywriting. Now we are further doubling down on our workflow, wherein we are further integrating with different distribution channels like marketplaces and ad networks. Then post that we'll unlock the different format, which is video and 3D. This is our larger vision, wherein Blend is that one-stop place for anyone to manage their entire commerce. It starts from visual, and they can distribute all of their visuals into different distribution channels. On the one side, it is the marketplaces. On the second side, it is the ad network. Here is the performance so far. Until like 18 months, we have been just figuring out what needs to be done, and we only started to monetize in January. We started January at active subscriber base of close to about 1,700, and right now we are at 10,000 active subscribers, and we actually achieved gross margin positive. Even though we are in AI native first application, it required a lot of optimization at our end. So that is one of a very good achievement for the team. And right now we are at 36,000 MRR. However, we actually turned like cash positive on a company basis because we are a subscription business. We actually get money upfront. I'll skip a couple of these slides. Majority of user base is from Latin America, USA, and Southeast Asia. 50% from Latin America, 20% from US and Europe, and Southeast Asia being the rest. There are three metrics that we are actually optimizing right now, which is the free-to-paid conversion. Our free-to-paid conversion is actually in a good state in US and Europe, but right now we are focused towards improving that metric on Latin America and SEA, which is just closer to about 1. The better situation to be is like more than 3% of free-to-paid conversion. These are CAC. I am really proud about achieving this CAC even in USA. It is just 80 cents. This is a distribution on how we have achieved. We work closely with multiple influencers, and because of the nature of the application, the organic installs also they contribute to like more than 30%, and the rest of it contributes from performance marketing. These are our execution levers. These are the entire team is focused towards right now. We have achieved actually an LTV to CAC ratio of more than 3 times, and we just want to double down on this particular flywheel. And right now, because we have achieved the gross margin positive, and we want to continue this particular trend, though our inferencing costs are very high, which is what we are focused right now on the next 2 quarters to bring down that cost. In addition to that, like I mentioned, another important metric for us is free-to-paid conversion. We have achieved that in US and Europe, but we are focused towards that particular metric for Latin America and Southeast Asia. However, because we are also a creative application, we have to double down and keep improving our models and try to compete with very large models like OpenAI and Stability AI, even with like a shoestring budget. That is all. Thank you very much. We are the three founders, like typically unglamorous, trying to figure out what needs to be done. Yes, trying to compete with Canva and Adobe. That's all.
Thanks, Vishwanath.
Okay.
Our next startup is a healthcare startup. I want to request Dilip, the founder, to come on stage.
Thank you. That's forward, right? Okay, thanks. Thank you, everyone. Just a brief video to start this. Good afternoon to all of you.
Sister Rekha, bed number 202 patient is going into Brady. Please have a look, sister.
Can you show me and order an ECG for that patient? Please also ask them to give 50 ml bicarbonate IV stat.
So, I am Dilip. I'm the co-founder of Cloud Physician. I'm a doctor. I'm an ICU specialist. It's also called an intensivist. My co-founder is also a doctor. And it was very clear to us when we were working in the US, we spent about 7 years there in training, that critical care has 2 major side effects. You either die, that's a reality in my job, my day job and night job, or you are disabled. And what that does to a family is pretty profound. And 80% of all the healthcare that's delivered in India are in the smaller towns. And that is the bulk of critical care that is delivered in our country today. And as a doctor, I also realized that there's another side effect that people don't talk about. And it's increasingly more common and prevalent that a hospital stay can completely decimate the economic status of a family. And most of these savings that our patients have come from their daily monthly savings. 80% of them actually have their savings wiped out after a hospital stay. And as doctors, when we try to figure out how to solve this problem, we work with policies, we work with hospitals, we come up against a brick wall. And this is the iron triangle of healthcare where you have access, quality, and cost. And every time you try to attack this iron triangle, you have challenges. And that is why healthcare is behind so much by maybe 20 years, perhaps compared to other domains. And most of these patients fit into 2 of these common scenarios. One will be this patient that we had, for example, in remote parts of Bihar, where it was a road traffic accident. There was an ICU admission. The young lad broke his major bone, his thigh bone, and the fat and blood released from that bone caused respiratory failure. And unfortunately, like I told you, that outcome sometimes is bad. That outcome sometimes is death. That's one scenario. It's a young guy. The other scenario is that this guy is now brought to this hospital. The hospital is not able to take care of this patient. So they end up saying, okay, this patient now needs to go to another tertiary care hospital, maybe in Patna or in Delhi, and then what ends up is on the other corner of the iron triangle, and they end up spending a lot more money. So what we are realizing is that there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way with a sense of urgency that prioritizes the right people. You look at the provider and the patient, you try and help them. That also looks at the time factor, because we're in critical care. As an ICU doctor, my team doesn't have time to wait around while this problem gets solved. We've got to do it. And we've got to get it to the right place, access. So the role of technology in healthcare is to actually get the data to the right people, to make sure that it's presented at the right time to them so that they can do something about it. And that data, that action gets translated to a location that's the right place for that patient. It can be a community hospital. If the care can be delivered in a small place, they don't need to go to a metro. And that is by definition an equitable way of delivering healthcare. And if you really attach those strings of care, quality, and technology together, you can actually break that iron triangle and convert it into a fluid model where equitable care is actually delivered. So this in fact happened. And what I'm saying is that this new way that has equity at its heart is the way that care needs to be delivered. And what happened is, when this hospital had a smart ICU system that we provide, that same patient, that 24-year-old guy, can get the care he deserves, can actually get a 12-day stay in Bihar Sharif, in a smaller town near Patna, but not break the bank. His bill after his 14-day stay was about 3.5 lakhs. And if you compare that same bill with any metro hospital here, it'll be 3 or 4 times more. And that guy is alive. So the point I'm trying to make is, we are defining a new way of delivering secondary and tertiary care, which enhances the reach of an ICU specialist, an intensivist, makes them more accessible to where their care needs to go, and it can do it in a time-based fashion. We can go live in a hospital in less than 10 days. And all of this can be done in under $30 a day. We're not breaking the bank here. If anything, we are actually defining a new way of doing this, which has equity by design as its central tenet. This gentleman is not a made-up story. He's a real guy. Jatin Kumar was in Bihar Sharif, near Nalanda. It's far from Patna. His oxygen saturation was between 60 and 70%. If he was on that ambulance would have become a coffin for him. He would not have made it. So what's happening here is actually defining how we can work. This is our track record so far. In the tier 2 and tier 3 cities that we work in, we've dropped mortality by up to 47% in some of these areas after we've gone live in these centers. This is our work over the last 6.5 years. We're now in more than 100 cities across the country, having analyzed millions of data points for better patient care. We've leveraged Google support in a lot of instances. We are heavy users of Google. Some of the Googlers have visited our office and seen that our use of Google Meet and Chrome is a little bit crazy. We've had meetings with Dr. Karen and Bakul Patel from the US team, and we have a lot more to do. Since we are a company that is redefining how tertiary care needs to be delivered, we call this model a smart ICU model, and its central tenet is to make sure care goes to the right place at the right time. We don't want to leave any patient behind. We don't want to break the bank, and we want to do it today. That's Cloud Physician. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dilip. We now have our next startup, DPI Corp. Dilbar is going to come on stage now.
Yeah, sure. This is a forward thing, right? Yeah. Hey, my name is Dilbar. I am one of the co-founders of DPI Corp. We make client apps for ONDC. So ONDC, as you know, is the open commerce protocol of Government of India. And we are making client apps on top of that protocol. So we've all used a lot of products built on top of open protocols, like say TCP/IP or SMTP and so on. And what it needs is, it needs a robust client that is built on top of these protocols to unleash the massive value. So for example, SMTP has been around from 1980s, but it took a client called Gmail to unlock the massive potential of that underlying protocol. Or closer home, it took a Google Pay or a Phone Pay to unlock the massive value of the underlying protocol that is UPI. So ONDC today is in a state where the protocol layer is in place. Now it needs robust client app layers on top of it to unlock its value, and that is what we are building. So the biggest impact of ONDC that we think is going to happen is the Kirana stores, the hyperlocal grocery in India. So about 45% of India's total consumer spend, that's about $400 billion, is spent on grocery. And only 1 to 2% of this is happening online. And the Kirana store network in India is probably the most unorganized trade network in the whole world. And we believe ONDC has finally made it possible to bring this online. So we are making a seller app on where Kirana stores can create their online store on ONDC. So a lot of VC-backed companies have tried solving Kirana tech in many different ways over the last couple of years. And a typical flow that you would expect is, say you acquire a Kirana store, he comes up and signs up on your platform, he creates a store, he adds a few products, you say like as an activation metric, you could say at least add 50 products or 100 products, he will do that, and then he starts getting orders. Now you know a typical Kirana store always has a guy who can make a few delivery runs, so he delivers that products, and then it leads to repeat orders, and then it's all set. But that's how you ideally expect. But what has happened over the last couple of years, all the different people who have tried it, they will sign up on your platform, they will create their online store, they will add the products, all of that will happen, but they will not get orders. And there it drops and they churn, and all these Kirana tech companies failed at this step. And we believe that ONDC solves this by default. So ONDC being an open network by definition, all the products listed on ONDC are by default going to all the buyer apps in the network. So if I am a Kirana store, I create my ONDC store, I add the products. They're going to be visible on all the buyer apps on the ONDC network. That is if the Paytm or the Ola or the PhonePe or if Flipkart or Amazon becomes ONDC compliant tomorrow, there as well. So if I as a buyer opens a Flipkart app or Amazon app, I will see and go to the grocery section. I could see the products of all these Kirana stores around me, and I could just place orders for them just like I buy anything else on Flipkart or Amazon. So ONDC has finally solved this buyer acquisition problem, and that we think is how the Kirana network in India is going to come online. So yeah, and we use Gen AI for two things. One is product cataloging, like the blend people are talking about, and the other is customer support. So for these Kirana stores, for a lot of products are standardized. Like if you have an Ashirvad Atta, you could make a standardized catalog for that product. You could have multiple images, you could have a properly written description and so on. But a lot of their products are not standardized, like loose atta, the unbranded atta. And when these people click images for it, it's almost often not proper. And like I said, because of ONDC's open nature, these products are going to go to all the Paytms and PhonePes of the world. And these people are they take very seriously the quality of the catalog, because all their buyers are going to see it. So they're just going to actively start blocking these sellers or these Kirana stores if the product quality is not up to the match. So we think Gen AI is very critical in solving this product catalog problem that can actually make ONDC work. And the other thing is customer support. Most of these stores, like you know, are like one person run, or maybe there's one more person. But when they go online, they really don't have the resources to answer the support queries. So Gen AI could solve both of these. So yeah, so with this, we think finally a Zepto-like experience of delivering grocery in under 30 minutes can happen in all the smaller towns in India. So hyperlocal grocery platforms like Zepto, Swiggy, Instamart cannot really scale beyond the top 30 cities in India because of their unit economics. It will not work. So a smaller town, let's say a small town in any state, the Kirana store comes online with our app, lists his products, and he goes live on ONDC, and any buyer in that city, if they open a Flipkart or Amazon, they will see these grocery products, they could place an order, and this guy can deliver it. And finally, a Zepto-like hyperlocal grocery experience can happen in any small town in India. So that's what we're doing. We're also working with the protocol, the infra layer of ONDC protocol. So basically, how the ONDC protocol is designed right now, the buyer apps, say for example, a buyer searches something, say I search for an Adidas t-shirt on the ONDC section of Paytm app, the buyer app has to request for this product's availability to all the seller apps. And same way, if a seller makes a change to a product availability on a seller app, the seller app has to inform all the buyer apps for this. So now this is not scalable. Like for example, if I search an Adidas t-shirt on Paytm, Paytm has to wait for the response from, if there are 100 seller apps, from all these 100 seller apps, and then aggregate it and then show it to me. That's going to be not a good user experience. So We are working with Google Cloud's ONDC team to build a middle caching layer. So Paytm just needs to talk to us, and the seller app also just need to update us, and then we stand in the middle. So these are the things we're working on. So that is us, DPI Corp. We are building client apps on top of ONDC. Thank you.
Thanks, Dilbar. I want to now call Akshay on stage, who's the founder of Expertia AI.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Akshay. I'm the co-founder of Expertia AI. Our goal with Expertia is to get an AI recruiter capable of doing end-to-end of hiring. Our goal is to define what the next decade of hiring is going to look like. I'll quickly introduce our team. My co-founder Kanish comes with deep experience in running, scaling startups. He started this company called Koos.com in fashion and retail in 2008, took it to IPO in 2016. After that, he invested in HR tech, has immense experience and background in this space. I bring complementary sets of skills. I was working at the MIT Computer Science AI Lab. Prior to that, I was at IBM Research, multiple papers, patents in the space. I was actually doing my PhD before returning to India to start Expertia with Kanish. What I'll do is I'll quickly play a brief video introducing the product.
Hiring is broken. The job descriptions often are copied and pasted and may not capture the intricacies of the roles, responsibilities, and its requirements. Then comes the simple question, where do you go to hire? From popular job boards to social media and even informal chats, the options are endless but lack cohesion. To finally receive a resume that doesn't capture the candidate's depth of background, personality, interests, and skills. All this while juggling a chaotic spreadsheet, trying to track applications, interviews, and feedback. It's just too much. At Expertia, we build the hiring assistant you always needed to discover, screen, assess, interview, and manage candidates using AI. Your new hiring journey starts with a career page that speaks your language, automatically generated with all relevant information and fully customizable. And the automation doesn't stop there. Our AI generates the perfect job description, tailored to the candidate you seek and aligned with your company's essence. One click later, and your job is published on 100+ platforms like LinkedIn, Monster, and more, making your position visible to over 220 million professionals worldwide. All you are left to do is monitor your candidates and applications from one centralized dashboard. Traditional resumes only tell parts of a candidate's story. But what if you could see the full picture? With Expertia's hyper-profiling, we go beyond the resume. We enrich data and uncover missing skills by diving into public sites like blogs, portfolios, university websites, Stack Overflow, GitHub, and hundreds of thousands of other public data points. This gives you a broader, more accurate view of a candidate's capabilities. And it doesn't stop there. Hyper-profiling powers our scoring system, validating skills and making our recommendations reliable. Expertia is more than a tool. It's a partner in your success. Get started today for free at expertia.ai and join over 9,500 companies transforming their hiring process.
So what Expertia truly does, right? It becomes this AI co-pilot to automate, understand exactly who your company is, the employees you have, the skills they have, understand the culture and fit that you would be hiring for in your team. It helps you discover that talent, source them, screen them, assess them, and interview them. Manage your end-to-end pipeline. And the ability to hyper-profile that we talked about helps us accurately predict a professional's intent as a job seeker. So the ability to, so let's talk about the interview aspect of it, right? One of the moonshot projects that we're working on at Expertia is the ability to conduct deep, comprehensive interviews. The way we achieve this is the first step is we have an assistant which summarizes the calls, summarizes and recommends next questions to ask. We have a screener that conducts how the candidate's background verification is done, their skills and so on. And then a recruiter that does the comprehensive technical deep dive. Can we play the video?
Now tell me about your industry experience with Node.js.
Yeah, sure. Firstly, I've worked on a couple of freelance projects with Node.js. Other than that, in Amazon, like we also used to work on Node.js to build web applications and APIs. And I've also worked on deploying those Node.js applications to the backend. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It sums it up.
Nice. So did you use Express as the framework for your web application?
Yeah, yeah. In Node.js, we used to write the APIs and like the framework and everything in Express itself.
You just met Exposure.
So what we see over here is Exposure's ability to, like a human recruit, take the resume, identify the right sets of questions to ask to the candidate. Once it starts asking those questions, it waits for the candidate to respond. Over here in this video, we saw the candidate talked about leveraging skill 1 to achieve goal 1. And then Exposure in real time generates a question that in order to achieve goal 1, the skill 1, you need a skill 2. It then validates that skill and lets the candidate validate those information data points. So what we're able to do is we're able to create a full stack platform for companies to make hiring decisions on, which plugs and plays into their existing HRMS solutions, CRM solutions, and their existing products. We're able to help companies save 90% of the time in hiring at a fraction of the cost that they spend today. Exposure enables real-time hiring intelligence to help make informed, accurate decisions. What we do is we also help professionals make decisions in terms of bias-free career recommendations, upskill recommendations, and reskill recommendations. In the last 12 months, Exposure has now grown to over 10,000 companies, 15,000 business users on the platform. We have screened and assessed over 4 million professionals, and we have an industry staggering impressive shortlist rate of 30% compared to the industry average of 4 to 5%. These are some of the brands that leverage and use Exposure today, some of the largest brands in the country. So today we are on track to become the 5th largest platform in terms of applications and candidates assessed and screened. We're right behind LinkedIn Naukri. By end of the year, we'll have 10 million professionals on the platform. All the numbers that we talked about is taking Exposure within the Indian ecosystem. We're now ready to take Exposure outside as well. We're backed with some of the largest marquee investors, Chirate, India, Entrepreneur First. We're currently raising our round. We have a lead investor in. Happy to have discussions regarding that. Thank you. We can be reached over here.
Thanks, Akshay. Our next startup is Karma Life, calling Rohit on stage, who is the founder of Karma Life, a finance startup.
Thank you. This one. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rohit. I'm one of the co-founders of Karma Life. Karma Life, we are focused on providing financial solution to underserved population of the country. India would have almost 850 million plus workforce by 2029. And out of that, around 200 million plus people would be linked with some sort of platform, which means their workflow would have been digitized. They are using the smartphones. They are doing the UPI transactions, basically all sort of digital data which we can assume, which you and me like or AI likes, but unfortunately, financial institution does not like them. That's the reason currently less than 3% of this working population has access of formal finance, right? A large majority of them, 83% of them actually rely on family and friends or informal sources for a short-term need if they have it. Market in India right now, from the informal lending point of view, it's $250 billion, right? We believe, the only way to solve this problem is using the technology, because these are small ticket size finance. You can't really generate enough revenue from that if you cannot really automate the entire process, which is needed to be done. Otherwise, the servicing cost would be too high, right? We started, this is the history of the company. We started back in 2019. We pitched this idea to one of the largest e-commerce player that we would like to provide, a credit solution to your gig workers, the people who makes delivery. They agreed for the pilot. It was a hard sell because, you are trying to ask them to exchange or to share the data of their working force with us. So we started back in 2019. COVID happened. We utilized that as an opportunity to sort of streamline the data consumption the way we are going to happen. While we all believe that part, everyone has a structured work data, but that's not really the reality. There's a lot of noise in the data, and you have to sort of make infrastructure to really consume that part and make sense out of that part. COVID wave 2, after the COVID wave 2 is when we started most of the scale up. We are right now the largest earned wage access player in the country. Earned wage access EWA is one of the category which we started in India back in 2019. And we believe that we would be dispersing $1 billion on a monthly basis by 2026. That's our goal. And we sort of had to innovate pretty much on all pieces which was there. When we started and when we were raising our first round, everyone gave us very simple feedback that you have too many moving parts. You have a consumer, which mental model is very different than what you and me think, right? For them, they don't plan it. It's like, if tomorrow's the LIC IPO, I should save some money to buy that IPO. It doesn't work like that for them, right? They would like to get access to the money in the real time, as in the one the need is. Hence, they go to a money lender or a money shop and take the money what they needed, right? Second is they don't understand this complexity of the pricing. You being charged processing fee, you will be charged interest fee, you're being charged, administration fee, and so on and so forth. For them, it's a simple outcome. I have taken 10,000 rupees. I need to return 11,000 rupees. It's a very expensive thing, but they don't really understand that. It's a very clear, transparent outcome for that. Third was the entire distribution, because in a credit business, you can go wrong any day, right? You need simple one event which can sort of wipe out the entire thing for you, right? So we thought maybe distributing it through the employer and make the employer as active participant of the entire solution might be a better way for us to really reach that target which we have. And in the long run, we believe that once you have enough data for all the people, once you know their transaction history, you know their work data, at a source itself, from source itself, you can basically build the payment and services layer on top of that one. So we currently offer 3 credit solutions, on which exists a longer tenure product and a forecasted income product is what we offer. And as I said, most of the things is automated for us. I'll just skip this slide, but the only way we are able to reach to a scale where we are is because pretty much automated. We are less than 80-member team and serves thousands of the user. We work with more than 55 companies right now in India to provide the solution to their workforce. And this is what, the impact assessment which was done by an agency called 60dB, that 85% of our user does not really find any alternative Karma Life right now. 76% of them believe that their stress level have come down after they started utilizing Karma Life solution. And this was again done on the employer side also, that they have seen that the churn level has reduced almost like 50% after they introduce the solution to their workforce. So it's like it's not like a zero-sum game. Everyone is winning into the ecosystem to really bring this product. So overall, we have a vision that we are building this layer where on one side you have financial institutions, service providers, which is regulated. On the other side, you have the users, you have the employer, and we sort of deliver this experience in between by utilizing something we inherent Slatters called Karma Score, where it consumes the data on a continuous basis, data which is coming from their work history, data which is getting generated while they are utilizing our app, and data which is getting generated when do a transaction, and utilize that to really build the more deeper solution for our workforce. This is 3 founders. I'll just skip the slides. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rohit. We have Kinner on stage. He's the founder of Nourish.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. My name is Kinner Sachdev, co-founder and CEO at Nourish. Now, we are a platform that lets anyone turn their content into monetization or revenue, as they say. Let me just explain this by taking case of an ebook or a video. So anyone who's built an ebook or a video could utilize or convert it into revenue in 4 different ways. Either sell it directly as an online course or just as an asset. You can give it as a free download as a thought leader. You could get somebody to generate leads with it, and you could capture that data. Or you could make AI more intelligent ebook so that your sales team could talk to it and get better insights. Now, if you understood those use cases, you'll realize that the problem we are solving is that platforms like Teachable and Kajabi are built for hosting courses, but not exactly for funnel-based monetization. CRMs like HubSpot, they don't monetize at all. Whereas with Nourish, we have over 19 tools that let you create the content with AI, layer it with AI-based insights, let you build your distribution, your monetization, the entire engine. In fact, we are one of the deepest stacks globally in the space. With the help of the Google teams, the GFS Accelerator, we have been able to layer multiple points with AI. So now you could build your entire landing pages, your mobile apps, your entire chatbot-based operation that lets people talk with your content, to even marketing automations built on the platform. If you look at our business model, we are a freemium and a paid SaaS-based platform. With select celebrities like Sanjeev Kapoor, Shobha Dey, and some others, we take up to 87% of revenue share for our enhanced offering. There are 41,000 plus academies built on the platform, from the famous economist politician from Britain, Meghnad Desai, to Grammy Award winners from around the world use our platform. Sanjeev Kapoor built his platform on Nourish, and the revenue from the YouTube monetization jumped about 100x, with about 81,000 learners now coming from 17 countries and attending these content-based programs. KD lost 20 kgs. She became Mrs. South India, started teaching the same thing to people, and she makes about $50,000 every year now, and her entire business runs on our backend. There are over 600 domains that live on the platform, from dance, finance, entrepreneurship, to music. You can find everything under our umbrella. If you look at the market size for this operation, we are looking at about $141 billion, where right now, coaches, experts, celebrities, even training academies deliver their content. But we progressively have companies, enterprises using it to layer their insights with AI, using it for lead generation, and many other use cases. Our competition focuses on empowering creators and educators only. And those are take rate models. Whereas the deepest stack in the space, we are used by large companies, businesses, knowledge professionals. With our deep sales funnel engine and AI layers, it becomes a platform, one-shop stop for all kinds of businesses. Our GTM is centered around our webinars that are attended by thousands of people every week, who come from our 170,000 people community, our affiliate network, referrals. We also run ads on Google, YouTube, and some of the other platforms like that. We have gained massive traction of about 1.2 million learners from 50 countries. And apart from these users, the users of our platform, the academies, the clients, also are businesses like Bombay Stock Exchange, American Standard Grohe, People Strong, GeoGenX type enterprises. If you look at the growth in academies, we went from just about 1,000 academies to 41,000 academies earlier this year. The monetization that these people crack has grown from just $1.1 million in the first year of operation to about $7.8 million this year. These academies come from around the world, not just India, about 19 countries to be precise. In 5 years, we want to get to a $100 million ARR. Right now, we have cracked about 1,000 plus paid academies, and we want to get to a number of about 25,000 paid academies to get to that number. If you look at the team, we are a 36-member team right now, with me and Rakhi as co-founders becoming serial entrepreneurs turned into product entrepreneurs now. We have helped Fortune 500 companies across 30 countries through our last entrepreneurial venture, to Abhimanyu, who leads the technology, being a Microsoft veteran. He also runs one of the largest global communities of .NET developers, and other people coming from illustrious backgrounds like Naukri, Unacademy, and similar companies. Our investors include 100x.vc, Silver Needle Ventures, DSP Holdings, family offices like Bharat Serum, and angel investors like Andrew Holland. We have raised about $2.65 million so far, and we are raising a $5 million round now. We have about $2 million out of this committed, and it's going to go into 4 main buckets: our enterprise expansion, our global acquisition, even a deeper technology stack, and you're looking at even stronger global anchors and celebrities on the platform. Our big vision is to be able to build the world's most convenient platform for monetization of knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Kinner. We now have Nikhil on stage, the co-founder of LimeChat.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for making it here. And today, I'm very excited to take you through our company, LimeChat. I'm Nikhil, and I'm one of the co-founders at LimeChat. And you know what? Let's start off by introducing our team. So I actually started this up with my co-founder. His name is Aniket, and we were batchmates at IT Delhi. And understanding our story is kind of going to give you a glimpse of how we built LimeChat. So we were both hardcore, I would say, AI researchers, really into our trade. We were actually studying LLMs, conversational AI, back in 2017, before it was something that everyone is talking about today. In fact, a funny story, I was in the middle of a master's thesis working around conversational AI, where the first LLM model came in 2018, and I had to take my thesis, put it in the trash, and restart again. But it showed us an insight that the world is changing, and conversations are going to change and build the future. So we got together. Aniket left MIT, dropped out. We went together, and in college, we started our first startup. We sold that off, and we started LimeChat in March of 2020. And our journey has been fantastic. It's been one with a lot of learning and a lot of fun. And we've been able to raise investment from some of the top tier funds here in India. We raised from Pi Ventures and Stellaris, who are very deep believers in SaaS and AI. And we're just looking to get started from there. So I'll tell you a brief about conversational commerce. And this goes back to 2020 when we started. So at that moment of time, COVID had just hit, everyone's at home, so e-commerce just blossomed, it just bloomed. At the same time, we saw two more trends. As I talked about LLMs, we could just see the inkling of it happening. I mean, it was officially launched last year, but we could see it kind of becoming a major force back in 2020. And then another thing that was really important to our growth was the launch of the WhatsApp APIs. As you know, WhatsApp is an integral part of our day-to-day. It's almost like the email of India. So we took a bet. We took a bet that it's going to become big, and we want to be able to be the ones to drive that channel in the marketplace. And if you look at WhatsApp, it's very textual. It's very text-heavy. So you need to have the ability to automate these conversations. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to give a good experience. And look back at 2020, I'm sure everyone at that time thought, oh, another chatbot company. I don't want to talk to them. So then we had to do something different. We had to prove ourselves as being different in the market. Because the opportunity was there. It was just that we felt the technology had not provided the market with something that they could champion behind. And so we set out to build that back in 2020. And our target market, we started off by focusing on e-commerce, because that was the hardest use case. So we were like, you know what, let's start off with the hardest, and everything else follows suit. And we were able to kind of crack that. And this is a very complicating looking diagram, but that kind of showcases the portfolio that we have built, a full-on platform that helps you activate conversational platforms, especially things like WhatsApp. It goes on from acquisition to retention to even support. And these are three large pillars, and the main pillars that drive WhatsApp for brands and makes LimeChat a powerful partner for them. So acquisition, we talk about things like getting leads onto your website. Now think about maybe getting leads onto WhatsApp. Now for people or brands that are selling highly consultative products or very high ACV products, getting them to WhatsApp becomes a very interesting new way to acquire these leads at a much lower cost. Because you can talk to these customers instead of just dropping them on a landing page and hoping that they're going to go on that book a demo or buy now button. Apart from that, we also have the power of retention. You can send out personalized messages on WhatsApp. Knowing how to segment these users, knowing who to target, what time, let's not make it very spammy. I'm sure that everyone gets a lot of WhatsApp messages these days, and it gets very spammy. But we're helping these brands make it a non-spam channel, understanding the right type of customers to hit with the right type of messaging. And along with that, we also, one of our key components of this is our support automation. We're able to automate up to 70 to 80% of all the support queries, and with a customer satisfaction score better than live agents. Yes, that's what we've been able to achieve. So we finally have been able to showcase the world that, you know what, you can build a chatbot, and yes, it can add value to your business. So ever since we started, we've been working with some of the best customers in the space because they're at scale, and automation really helps them on a day-to-day basis, and they just love it. We have a very high-touch model with them because, well, let's admit it, no one really knows how to leverage these new channels. It's not like email where everyone has all the playbooks made. We have to handhold these customers, tell them how to unlock these values, and they work very closely with us to unlock new value adds every single day. And so we have almost a 5-star rating, a full 5-star rating on Shopify, which is tremendous. They really like the value that we were able to give to them. In fact, 10% of our revenue every month actually comes from referrals from more customers. And these brands, which are now house of brands, they actually get more and more brands under our portfolio every single month. And so one interesting thing here, you might be saying, okay, how are we actually leveraging AI? And this is where Google has also been very supportive for us. Over the last 3 months, we've been able to crack something, I would say, that's been groundbreaking. Earlier, if you look at building conversational AI, you have to define these journeys. And you have to have a start state, you have to have a goal state, and you have these checkpoints in between. And the power of that AI is helping you traverse through this journey that you've made. And we had this. That's what we've been building over the last 3.5 years. Helping you traverse through this journey. Let's say you get lost a little bit. We'll help you come back in and actually take it from there. Now, there were some limitations of this, and you can see that on the side. This is what we call our intent-based flows. It's not easy to set up. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes manual effort to actually train these models, put in the details from the websites, generate the text that the chat is going to talk to the end customer. So we have these people manually making this. However, when GPT came into the picture, it just solves that puzzle. So imagine like we have a puzzle piece, and GPT is just the right piece you're looking for to help you automate and streamline building these flows for your customers. What it doesn't do well is it's not a goal-oriented system. GPT just likes to talk to you. So just taking GPT on its own, you won't be able to build a great chat experience. So you have to merge it, you make it hybrid. And we made the first hybrid architecture, which is now being adopted by many other companies, and we're helping them kind of adopt this. And so we're terming this as level 4 conversational AI for the first time. This is giving you the power of GPT in all those edge cases without hallucinations and actually getting people to the goal state. And we've been able to raise the bar from 70% average automation to over 90%. So this is just, you're just working on this, and we've been able to develop this throughout our journey at Google. And so about our fundraise, we have raised $5 million till date, and a lot of our effort and a lot of our cost goes into the R&D and making sure that we're actually able to build out the right type of models as well as cloud cost. However, I'm really excited about the fact that we're about to hit profitability in the next coming quarters based on how we're growing, and in the Indian market especially. And right now our focus is actually to expand into outside countries, especially in the UK, other WhatsApp-dominated countries, which are looking for solutions like this. So for this, we're actually looking at raising a 1.5 million round, out of which 7 CR is already committed. And we'll be using that money to actually expand to other territories with the platform that we already have in hand, and aiming to kind of raise a Series A after we hit 3 million ARR in the next year. And yeah, so that's about LimeChat. I don't want to take more time. I'll just end off with this slide. Some of the customers that we work off with, I think we're mostly upmarket. So the larger the brand, the more value we can create for them. So Unilever, IDC, Cipla, they all love Mama Earth, for example. And we've been able to get a 130% net retention rate in 2022, which is great for a SaaS company. And we just kind of want to build and expand the horizon of what we can do with chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikhil. Our next startup is Mozak. I'm going to call Chandra up on stage, who's the co-founder.
Hi, everyone. A big good afternoon for all of you, and very happy to be here. My name is Chandra, and we're going to talk about our firm, which is called Mozak. So quick intro into what we do. We are essentially an observability platform, so a lot of you are here in the business of building apps. What we do is to help you build the best of the apps in the world, right? Help you deliver the best user experience, help you deliver a zero-defect app, as we call it. How do we ensure that any app that you launch into the Play Store has zero defects? A lot of investment goes into testing today. How do we make that completely automated, reduce the manual effort to test and monitor the apps to be absolute zero? And finally, how do we create a metric system which gives you a very quick and a very comprehensive view of how your apps are performing, right? Whether it is performance, whether it's functionality, or even energy efficiency. Is your app energy efficient, for example? Have you built an app that is energy efficient? So all of those metrics can be obtained from our observability platform. We today, before I go in here quickly, we today have customers from across the world. We pretty much any geography that you can think of, we have customers. We have 75 plus paying customers today, all in the Fortune 1000 space. So we primarily target the enterprise market. And one of the OKRs for us over the last 4 months was to enter the US market, and we've done that. US now contributes to close to 15% of our overall revenue. We did a small exercise. We just said, hey, given that everyone uses video conferencing, let's look at what is the best video conferencing app around in the world. And it so happens that it's Google Meet. I'm not doing this because we are in a GFS program, but it's actually backed by data that Google Meet happens to be one of the best performing video conferencing app, both from a responsiveness perspective, which means how quickly you open the app, how quickly it joins the meeting, and so on, as well as from a conference experience, which is whether you get HD video when you join Google Meet or not. And the reason that happens is it may not be visible, but we track all the packets that flow back and forth from the mobile device to the end servers. And if you look at the servers that Google Meet has, a lot of their servers are sitting here in India, some in Mumbai, a few other cities, while some of the other video conferencing apps go and hit servers in the Hong Kong, some go and hit in Singapore, and so on. So obviously the packet latency is far lower, which results in better performance and better energy use, because the lesser the distance packet travels, the better it is. How do we do all of this? We completely automate the test and monitor journeys, starting from test, analyzing the data collected through the tests, and then validating whether those test results are accurate or not. All of that is completely automated on a global device farm. So we have device kits distributed across 30 countries today, hoping to expand it to 100 plus countries. And we measure both application performance as well as network performance. So at the end of the day, a user requires a good network as well as a good application to eventually get a good user experience. How do we do this? We primarily replicate a user in virtual sense. So we use hands in a box, which we call as both software robots as well as hardware robots. So typically you would have a Delta robot, which would be using the device and executing a particular journey on the device. Or it can be a software bot, which is running on the device, which is replicating what a user would do. We replicate the eyes in a box, which can either be an external view of how the journey is performing or a recording of how the journey is performing, which is fed through a vision module, which does a whole range of things. It does object identification, fine-tuned to detect elements of mobile or smart TVs and so on. And then we use legs in a box, which is, these kits are so minute that you can put it in, we have put it in Ubers, we have put it in Postman, we have Postman in France carrying these kits, for example. So these kits are very compact and can be located anywhere and everywhere. Yeah, we have these kits now in 30 plus cities and hoping to go to 100 plus cities by the end of the year. Eventually, all the data that gets gathered can be analyzed. You get a view of not just your user experience, but also your peers, because we are completely black box in nature. We don't have to require any code change or SDK integration into the app. So we can measure Google Meet, even though Google Meet is not a customer. All of that can be done through our platform. You can diagnose the network paths, which are the backend servers does the mobile app pointing towards, which servers are taking the highest latency, why, and analyze it and improve the backend performance. Measure energy usage, how much CPU, how much memory, how many disks IOs are happening onto the device, which results in optimizing energy usage. Finally, we bring together multiple data sets. We bring together data that you would be collecting, let's say, using Firebase. We would bring in data collected from reviews from Google Play Store and Apple stores, and the synthetics that are collected from our own tools. All of this is brought together to provide you the view that I just spoke about. Finally, how have we integrated GenAI in the last 3 months? At the end of the day, all of these bots, you have to communicate through code, right? So far, when you write these instructions to the robots, you write a piece of code, right? It may be a small piece of code, but it's still a piece of code. What we have done over the 3 months is used Cody and Palm2 to generate those codes, so you can give instructions in NLP, natural language, and that natural language will then get converted into instructions, code instructions, and eventually an executable that can be sent to the robot. And so the onboarding time to the platform is much simpler now with just using a natural language rather than writing code. That's about what I had, and good luck to everyone, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, Chandra. Sorry, give us a minute again till we get our slides in order. We have our next startup, Neodocs, Mumbai-based healthcare startups. Over to Nikunj, the founder.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to be here. I am Nikunj Malpani, co-founder and CEO of Neodocs. At Neodocs, we are building instant smartphone-based testing kits. Neodocs was started by three of us, Prateek, Anurag, and myself. All three of us are alumni of IIT Bombay. Although we are from the same college, however, our paths have been very different. I worked at a consulting firm, Bain & Company. Prateek worked with PwC in the US, working with leading banks, helping them solve credit card fraud detection models using AI/ML. And Anurag has been a three-time medtech founder, once in software and one time in hardware. In this journey, we are advised by several amazing people, one of them being Dr. Rohit Srivastav, the HOD of Biomedical Department at IIT Bombay. Talking a little about how health tracking has evolved over the years, it's become a global phenomenon. We are exercising more, we are eating healthier food, we are getting tested more often, and we're seeing a similar trend in India as well. And diagnostics has evolved in a very, very interesting manner over the past 50 years. Earlier, there were big diagnostic labs that came up 50 years ago. Around 15, 20 years ago, we got the phlebotomist model in India, where a person used to come home, collect the sample, take it back to the lab. Around 10 years ago, we started getting smartwatches, fitness trackers. And today, we believe the time is right to introduce smartphone-based testing. This will enable higher frequency testing at 1/10 the cost. Talking about Neodocs, this is one of our kits. It's a urine-based test for urinary tract infection, which is a huge thing amongst women. Inside this, there's a tiny little card. You simply dip the bottom of the card in urine for a couple of seconds, take it out, and click a photo using your app. Within 30 seconds, you'll get the results. Like this, we are building multiple tests. In urine, there's something for chronic kidney disease, hydration, liver, maternity care. Now we're starting in blood also. Vitamin D, Ig, HbA1c, lipid profile. And then moving on to saliva, drug of abuse, nicotine, alcohol test, etc. We are majorly focusing on the B2B channel till now. Firstly, we are working with multiple doctors via pharma companies. We are working with the biggest of pharma companies like Cipla, AstraZeneca, Bayer, Eris. Via them, we've got a reach of more than 4,000 doctors across India today. Second, as you can imagine, this is a great solution in semi-urban and rural areas. So we are also working with public health in India. Paid projects, already live with government of Maharashtra, government of Rajasthan. We're talking to several more governments as of now. Third, we are working with multiple other healthcare companies. We also do API, SDK integrations, co-branding to help them increase engagement and enable testing on their platform. Lastly, you can find us also on multiple marketplaces like Amazon, Flipkart, 1mg. And now we're starting offline retail and also global expansion. We are heavy users of AI when it comes to this testing. Our core color correction algorithm is based on AI/ML. Second, we're thankful to Google for letting us use the Palm model for our chatbot. We've already had more than 8,000 conversations on that. We also use AI on Edge for object detection. We're using multiple things, Camera 2.0, Document AI, Palm API. So this program has been a wonderful journey for us over the past 3 months. As a part of Neodocs, we have raised funding from some amazing VCs like Omidyar, YC, Titan, 9 Unicorns, and some amazing angels like Rohit M.A. from Cloud9, PT and Gaurav from 1mg, Harshad Reddy from Apollo, Viren from Narayana, and so on. In urine, we're live with multiple test kits like I spoke about earlier, one of them being for chronic kidney disease, the fastest growing non-communicable disease in India. Everyone suffering from diabetes and hypertension is at a risk of developing chronic kidney disease. We have 2 different apps. One is the self-use app. If you or I were to order from Amazon or pick it up from a store, the app on the left is the consumer app, and on the right is the doctor app, wherein the doctor or his or her team of paramedics can do testing for multiple patients in one go. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nikunj. I'd now like to call upon Prabhakaran, who's the co-founder of OKRs.
Hi everyone, I'm Prabhakar, co-founder of Chorus. We operate in a creator economy space. What we essentially do is we build solutions for any brands to collaborate with creators in a more transparent way. We have built multiple solutions around it to solve the problem of transparency and benchmarking when it comes to working with creators. So this has been our journey so far. We have launched Chorus in 2018. We have around about 5,600 brands using us. 32,000 creators are using us to get opportunities from our platform. And till date, we have paid out around about $11 million to the creators. So this growth is also to do with the industry as well. So the number of creators in itself is growing tremendously. Especially post-COVID, every kid on the block wants to be a creator. So becoming a creator is more like a profession now. And this trend is primarily because of two reasons. One, fame is getting democratized. So what is happening is everyone, even in tier 2 cities, while being there, they can attain the fame and they can monetize their fame being in a tier 2 city or even in another city, any other cities as well. Then the second thing is, when it comes to these creators, they need to monetize it. Whatever they are doing, they need to monetize their content. And one of the major ways to which they can monetize their content is by associating with the brands. So we have identified two major segments. Either they can monetize with audience, so by selling courses or by selling any insights to their audience and so on. Then the second major thing is to monetize from the brands. So this, our major model is to help influencers and creators to monetize from the brands. Even though this is a large opportunity, there are three major aspects we have figured out which is not solved yet in the industry. One being expensive. So in creators, if you look at it, most creators who are getting opportunities currently are the top 1% of the creators. And that's also a reason why these creators are expensive. The job and the work needs to be democratized and given to the lot of long tail creators. However, that's not happening now. Most brands are sticking towards some 2,000 to 5,000 creators in all, whereas the number of creators that are available in Indian market is around about 5 lakh creators. So that needs to be solved. Second is inaccessibility. So let's say I want to work with I'm open, as a brand, I'm open to work with multiple creators. Even then, these creators are not accessible. Because mostly brands go to agencies. Agencies in turn have an Excel sheet with say 2,000, 3,000 creators. And day in and day out, these agencies work with the same set of creators. So thereby, even when a brand needs to or wants to work with a creator who are in the long tail, they still don't have a choice to do it. Third is inconvenience. So let's say I as a brand decide to reach out to these creators directly. Even then, the time taken for creators to respond to my queries and all these things takes almost about 48 to 72 hours to get a proper response. And so these are the major reasons we are trying to solve through our platform. So how each and every domain has their own network. So that's a similar approach that we are taking for Chorus. We are trying to become a destination for creators and brands to collaborate on a single platform. So currently, these are the major three solutions that we offer. First is a free-to-use platform wherein a brand can come in, find creators. They can even get to see basic insights about the creator. So that's a free layer. Any brand can sign up on our platform and use that. Second is a SaaS layer, which is basically gives detailed insights about each and every creator on our platform. This is essentially useful when a brand is serious about influencer marketing and creator marketing, want to spend a lot of money on creator marketing. In that case, they can analyze the creator and also track the performance of any campaigns that they are running overall. Third is a tech-enabled marketplace, which we recently launched, which helps brands in doing the end-to-end engagement, right from shortlisting the creator to reaching out to the creator to collaborating with them to making payments to the creator on the platform itself. So with Google Accelerator program, we primarily worked on two major solutions. First, it helped us open up and think from a a mobile-first perspective. Since we operate in an enterprise world, we were sticking ourselves towards the web applications, whereas this helped us in launching the mobile app. So this is in beta. So when this is launched, any brand manager can just log in their phone and they can reach out to any creator right from the platform itself. So this acts more like an yellow page of creators, wherein thousands of creators are listed, along with a way to communicate to them. They can build a community of the creators. So any small, mid-sized brand also can take leverage of this functionality. Then the second major issue that we tried to solve using the Google Accelerator program was our search. So search is a fundamental thing that happens before any kind of association with the creator. However, since this is an evolving field, the number of experts in the field is lesser. So thereby, there is a lack of clarity when it comes to even search what kind of creators they need to use for a particular campaign. So we're using Google LLMs to help brands in identifying what kind of creators to even work with. And we are not trying to give a keyword level search or something. Rather, we are giving ability for someone to enter their problem statement, and the system themselves suggests the creators that they can work with. So that's pretty much, this is our team. Pranesh, who's my co-founder and CEO, unfortunately couldn't attend the event today. Priya takes care of the revenue. Aditya takes care of our brand solutions. We also have Santosh, who's from AppsFlyer, who's taking care of our sales for a SaaS solution. Moti takes care of marketing, and Anirudh, who's taking care of our entire marketplace operations. So, and that's about it. Thanks for your opportunity.
Call upon Gurmeet from Router, a gaming startup from Delhi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I come from Router. Router is the gaming content platform. We are India's largest gaming content platform. So content you can form, for any platform, there are two sides to it. There's supply and demand. And we can proudly say that we are the largest platform when it comes to number of creators on the platform and number of users on the platform. Now, this slide basically gives you an overview of how gaming has evolved in India. Like if you look at the first 4 pillars, you see that gaming hardly picked up in India. Like till 2015 or 2018, there were only 12 million gaming users in India. And the reason was that, gaming was largely consolidated on the gaming consoles and the PCs. And this is quite unaffordable to a large audience in India. This changed when PUBG was launched in India. PUBG was one of the major mobile games in India. That kind of, our whole love for mobile gaming started with PUBG. And after that, COVID happened, and right now, India has the largest user base of gamers in India. We have close to 500 million gamers in India. Now, when we say gaming is very loosely used and encompasses a lot of sectors. You have like your casual games also into gaming. You have your RMG and fantasy also categorized into gamings along with your core games. Overall, as a sector, it is around 2.6 billion in size right now and expected to grow at a decent pace. Within this 2.6 billion, 0.6 billion is your core games. Basically, your games like BGMI, Free Fire, GTA, and Minecraft. Those games where you have to learn, you have to spend time to skill up your gameplay. Now, this is expected to 5x in next 5 years, growing at a very healthy pace. Now, this is the funnel, how the gamers, the whole funnel for the gamers looks in India. Starting with the internet users, we have roughly 850 million internet users in India, roughly 500 million gamers in India, and of this 500 million gamers in India, a very high proportion, 120 million of these gamers are paying. Basically, they are paying through in-app purchases, they are paying through gifting, or they are, they are buying merchandise and everything. Now, as I was saying, gaming is very loosely used to encompass a lot of things. So primarily, there are three areas of gaming. One is your core, second is your casual games, and third one is your RMG and fantasy games. Now, if you look closely, core gamers are the easiest one to monetize because they have the highest propensity to pay because they are so much engaged in the gameplay. This is where Ruta comes in. Now, double clicking more on the mobile games, like roughly of this 500 million gamers, 99% of these gamers are playing on mobile and they contribute 85% of the revenue. If you look at the time spent, core gamers spend roughly 2x the time of what casual gamer or a fantasy gamer is spending on the app while gaming. If you look at the number of mobile game downloads, India stands out clearly, with 15 billion downloads in FY22. If you look at China, it is declining. USA is kind of stagnated. India is kind of clearly standing out in terms of growth and the number of downloads. Next, basically with all this tailwind, supporting gaming as a sector, what we have achieved over the last few years. We started in 2016, one of the oldest startups in the gaming space. In terms of numbers, what we have done so far, we have close to 13 million MAU on the app and roughly 1.8 million DAO. Our user base has grown 1.7x in last 12 months. We get roughly 3 million installs every month. When coming to the creator side, we have total 1 million creators on the platform. And of that, 2.5 creators are earning on the platform. In terms of monetization, we are roughly at 7 million of ARR. This has grown 4x in last fiscal. And we operate at roughly 85% gross margin. In terms of our primarily monetization is through brand revenue right now, but we are adding a layer of user revenue also onto the monetization bucket. At this point of time, we work with the largest brands in the country like your Jio Cinema, Philips, and everyone. In terms of tech, we are 4.3 star rated on Google Play Store. So far, we have raised roughly $49 million from investors like your Lightbox, Paytm, March Gaming, Trifecta Capital. In terms of product, basically our philosophy is that we want to provide best tools to the creators so that content creation becomes very easy. With a single click of a button, you can create content. And these are creators who can create content in all vernacular languages. Like everyone knows that in India, the most common content consumption is in vernacular languages. This is basically where AI comes into the picture, our whole play with AI. Now, being a content platform, AI forms a backbone which forms multiple use cases on the platform. AI can be used to serve personalized content to the creators. We can use it to optimize search. And third is, we can enhance creator tool and build a specialized UI UX tool. So basically how we do the personalization of the content for, with the feed which a user is getting. The whole content library is fed to the content candidate generator, which generates a feed of, let's say, 200 content pieces. Then that feed goes into the ranking machine, and then that ranking machine would sort, what content piece has to go first, and second and third, and so on and so forth. That is how you generate a personalized content feed. So we had already developed content generator before GFSA, and with GFSA, our ranking machine, development of that kind of quickly, got up. Another key area is that, with AI, you can identify the key moment and generate content, with a click of a button. For example, if an esport tournament is happening and it is, running for 3 hours, and if you want to develop highlights out of it, with AI, without any manual intervention, you can generate highlights, which can be then again, form content, and which again can be, sent to the feeds of the multiple users. Using Palm API, what we are doing is at this point of time, we are not using visual AI. In fact, no one is using visual AI in terms of, to personalize the content. With Palm API and, the support which Google is offering us, we will be able to do that also. Thank you. That's it for me.
Now want to call Vidhi on stage. She's the co-founder of Scano, which is previously Dental Dost.
Hi, very good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Vidhi, co-founder of Scano, previously known as Dental Dost. For decades, we've been believed to understand a smile is equal to bright, white, teeth, right? Let me start with a short story. Meet Geeta. Now, on the outer side, a Geeta thinks that she has a healthy smile. I believe everybody here thinks the same. Bright, white, aligned teeth, there's nothing wrong with the oral cavity. And same did Geeta think about her oral health until and unless she was given an opportunity to scan her oral health through our tech. Little did Geeta know that there are so many findings in her oral cavity, right from early start of decay, gum infection, missing tooth, and so on and so forth. She also hardly knew about the consequences of these diseases, which are not just impacting her oral health, but also overall health. 75% of Indian population are suffering from the same problem, including many of us in the room, right? Just like Geeta, let us understand the depth and the prevalence of oral disease, and you will be shocked with the number 3.5 billion. Today, 3.5 billion people in the world suffer from oral diseases, and if this continues, we'll add 1 billion people more in this same bucket of who are suffering from oral diseases and eventually affecting their overall health, especially their heart health, brain health, and fetus health in pregnancy. I chose to become a dental surgeon to reduce this oral disease burden globally and to make oral health checkups accessible and equitable for all. We truly believe that the first step towards having a good oral health and eventually overall health is access to your oral health checkups, which more than half of this 3.5 billion people globally don't have. So, with Scano, we have made oral health checkups as easy and non-intrusive to help people prevent and correct their oral diseases with super comfort and trust. We, over last 3 years, have trained our machine learning models on over 350,000 images collected, labeled, and trained by qualified dental surgeons. I feel proud that we stand at an average accuracy of 96% to find all the hard tissue parameters on your teeth within 10 seconds of you scanning your mouth through your smartphone. How do our users access our tech? Is through multiple platforms. Our tech is plug and play. Let me walk you a simple user journey in order for all of you to understand how we are fulfilling the entire feedback loop. A user is empowered to click photos, 3 photos of his oral cavity, and within 10 seconds, he receives a complete pre-screening report of his oral hygiene, oral health score, and oral type. Post that, our users opt for a consultation with a qualified dental surgeon and take the necessary step for preventive and corrective treatments. Thereafter, we help them maintain that healthy smile through our subscription plans. I also feel super excited to launch the world's first oral health screening robot, which makes oral health screening possible just by clicking 3 photos again by standing in front of this robot. We've built this over the last 3 months rigorously with the help of GFSA, and now feel proud that we already have 50 plus installation in the country and look forward to having 500 more by the end of this financial year. Let me give you a quick video of how the app and the kiosk looks like. See, it is so easy to click front, upper, and lower angle of your mouth through smartphone.
And received my diagnosis in seconds. It gave me detailed information on every dental disease I have or can have in future with the treatment and preventive care options. I got the video consultation and the doctor patiently answered all my queries.
And now let's look the magic of our AI oral health screening robot.
Does the further work. It captures 3 precise angles of their mouths in seconds. Look right in the camera. Our friendly voice will guide your patients throughout the process, making it a breeze from start to finish. No more manual adjustments or uncomfortable repositioning. Our smart kiosk got it all covered, ensuring top-notch scans without a hitch. Within seconds, our powerful AI processes the mouth scans and a comprehensive oral health report is ready for you to analyze. Detecting cavities, assessing gum health, and providing valuable insights
about their oral cavity and how can they prevent further disorders. Well, how do we monetize? We have multiple revenue streams through our B2C app, through our digital protection plans, treatments, and marketplace. Through our B2B AI screening robot, we provide scans as a service to hospitals, governments, underserved areas where we make oral scan accessible to all. Our typical users are female in the age range of 25 to 55, not just taking charge of their oral health, but their entire family. Our installations with respect to screening robots have been in private clinics, hospitals, and also institutes. We've served more than 100,000 users and have 50 plus installations of AI robot throughout the country, and we believe that we are just getting started. Well, lastly, we have made tremendous progress in these 3 months of GFSA. First thing, right from rebranding from dental dose to Scano, because scan is the core element of our offerings, O for oral health, and eventually impacting overall health. We've also launched our beta version of disease progression algorithm, which will enable you to see in real time, seeing the timeline of the progression of disease if you don't take the actions in time, and show how much of pain, expense, and time we'll have to bear for every disease detected in your mouth. And lastly, we have significantly improved our UX, reduced churn, and simplified scan experience by launching our Express Scan. Here, it wouldn't be have possible without my A+ team consisting of 11 dental surgeons, 6 engineers, 2 marketing, and 2 sales. I feel happy that many of them have come today. We believe that we have achieved the PMF and now looking forward to drive our growth engines. We are raising $2 million and have some soft commitments in place. Well, I believe the world really needs AI to bring oral health closer to people in need, and I invite you all to join our impactful journey in democratizing oral care together. Thank you. One last announcement, a surprise for all. We have got the AI screening robot out right on the left. Feel free to come and have a look. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vidhi. Our next startup is a healthcare startup based out of Pune, Swasthya AI. Over to Akshay.
Hello, everyone. All of us here would have known someone affected with cancer. In fact, in India, it is expected 1 in 10 Indians would have. 1 in 10 Indians would have been impacted by cancer at some point in his life. At Swasthya, we are on a mission to help cancer patients live better and longer. We are building the technology backbone for enabling personalization of care and fast-tracking cancer research. Rahul and I, Akshay, are the co-founders of the company. Combined, we bring over a decade of experience in oncology analytics, deep learning, and high-performance computing. Our founding team comes with more than 2 decades of experience in servicing patients and bringing innovative healthcare solutions in the Indian industry. Currently, the cancer care ecosystem in the country is broken. An oncologist in India sees 6 times more number of patients than an oncologist in the West. Apart from that, 70% of his time is spent in assessing healthcare data, which is unstructured and resides in different systems. This leads to reduction in face time with the patients. On the patient side, apart from this, 99% of the time he's not in front of his oncologist, as much of the treatment are daycare procedures. This leads to increased patient isolation, which results in missed appointments, delayed treatments, and 30% patient drop-offs. At Swasthya, we are solving this problem of lack of continuum of care, which results in poor outcomes. We do this through our OncoLink platform, which brings the patient, the doctor, and hospital stakeholders on a single place. This brings a complete transparency in a cancer patient's journey. As a business model, we charge the hospital per patient for patient engagement and personalization of services. For life sciences companies, we charge per use case like clinical trials and clinical trial optimization. Now let me walk you through a user journey. Let's say a patient Priyanshu registers with the hospital. Post that, he avails different services and interacts with different departments like OPD, IPD, tests, teleconsultation, treatments. All this resides in different departments across different systems in the hospital. We collate together using our AI to create a cohesive patient journey. All unstructured information is converted into an event-based format. As you can see, the y-axis represents all the events that are happening in the patient's journey, and the x-axis is the timeline view. This is available to all healthcare stakeholders at a single click. Now, suppose the patient experiences a care episode like a treatment post-discharge. We use the doctor recommendations and use LLMs to convert it into a task list for both the internal healthcare team as well as the patient task. So, as you can see in this case, Priyanshu posts his OPD discharge. The LLM has spit out that he was required to do a CBC test, followed by a scheduled appointment with the medical oncologist, and then come to the chemotherapy, along with the date time when it needs to be done. Now the care team can reach out to him directly over WhatsApp or in-app push notifications and create a task list. On the patient side, these services, instead of him going to different departments and interacting with them, will be directly available on his app, and he can directly interact and book it, resulting in treatment starting on time without missed follow-ups. Apart from that, when he's away from the hospital, as per the tumor type and the treatment and doctor recommendations, we have personalized tracking of his symptoms and other health parameters. With this, we are able to bring down the intervention time, which is typically 2 to 3 days, to just under 4 hours at some of the premier institutes in the country. To wrap it up, as an insight for the different stakeholders, we provide insights on patient drop-offs, funnels, what are the treatment efficacies, as cancer is an evolving field, with more than 300 biomarkers launched in the last 5 years. With the personalization care at its forefront, we aim to disrupt a $250 billion global oncology market. Primarily, we are using generative AI and machine learning for personalization perspective on the patient app so as to serve as a helpful companion in his entire care journey. On the doctor side and the administrative side, we are summarizing the siloed data to summarize all the medical records as per the view of the different stakeholders. During the last 3 months of the Google program, we have partnered with 4 hospitals, integrated LLM in the workflow to generate more than 2,000 plus patient journeys, and revamped our user flows both on the patient as well as the care provider side for better adherence. Currently, we have impacted 20,000 cancer patients across 20 plus organizations. We are looking to raise a $2 million to impact 100,000 cancer patients and scale to complex diseases over the next 12 to 18 months. Join us in our mission to help cancer patients live better and longer. Thank you.
I'd now like to call Vineet on stage, the founder of TrainMan, based out of Gurgaon.
This will click next. Hi folks. I think we have had too much of health gyan today. I'll break that monotony. I am Vineet, co-founder and CEO of TrainMan, which is a train ticket booking app. We make train travel easy, as simple as that. I'll tell you the problem in train travel. As soon as you're about to book a train ticket, it's very likely you'll get a waitlisted train ticket, and then comes the $1 million question. Should you book? Should you not book? What if you book the train ticket on waitlisted and it doesn't get confirmed? And you'll end up shelling a lot of money for last minute flight booking. Or what happens if you don't book a train ticket relying on waitlist, but that waitlist will get confirmed, right? So this is the biggest problem in train travel because demand is extremely high while the supply is limited. Other problem is complex ticket booking experience. Everyone here has experienced the train ticket booking experience on the government portals, right? I'm sure no one would love that. Third problem is train delays. Train delays in India runs in days, not hours. There have been numerous instances when people are fighting for their seat in train because train arrived 24 hours late. And all these things cause loss of money. So we have built an AI-driven solution. We built India's first waitlist prediction system for trains. Our system can very easily tell you the confirmation likelihood of a train ticket. We use three color coding scheme. Green means very likely to get confirmed. Go ahead and book the train ticket. Yellow means it's a borderline scenario. And red means do not book the ticket. We have very fast train ticket booking experience. You can book a train ticket under 1 minute from Trainman. We do train tracking very accurately. We do crowdsourcing wherein users who are using Trainman app and traveling inside train will send their data to our servers, which will then collate and show it to users who are not traveling in train. And all these things will cause you savings in cancellation fees. Reserved train market is a $7 billion opportunity, which is increasing at a CAGR of 9%. Our product, Trainman, is live on Android, iOS, and web. We have the most features in any train app out there in the country. We have waitlist prediction, we have train route, we have live train tracking, we have coach layout, platform number, everything which you can think of in a train travel. Now, this is where we are different from all other train apps out there. We built a product called Trip Assurance. In one line, what Trip Assurance means is that if you book a waitlisted train ticket and if it doesn't get confirmed, we give you free upgrade to flight. I'll repeat that again. If you book a waitlisted train ticket from Trainman app, if it doesn't get confirmed, we'll give you free upgrade to flight. How? AI. Our system can predict with an accuracy of 97% that what is the probability of a ticket getting confirmed. And if a user is about to book a train ticket, we extend this facility of trip assurance. You opt for this, then your trip is assured. Now, we'll make sure you get from point A to point B. It's our headache. And there's something which increases all our North Star metrics. This increases our monthly active users because this causes big buzz. A lot of users will flock to Trainman app. This increases number of transactions because someone who has booked train ticket not on Trainman, say on government portal, he can also use this facility as a standalone service. And third is average revenue per user. Now we are adding that trip assurance fees on top of train ticket booking. So we also happen to increase our ARPU. We have a huge organic pull. We have more than 1 crore app downloads, more than 40 lakh monthly active users, and we have a GMV rate of around 100 CR. This is the competitive landscape where we are comparing features of Trainman versus all the other apps out there. And like I mentioned, we are the most feature-rich app. So you can see that we have checkboxes on all those features like railway forum, trip assurance, train ticket booking, waitlist prediction. And one of the competitive strategy for onboarding new users is a B2B2C route, which you can see on the right. We are going to a lot of super apps out there, and we are offering our white label solutions to them. Business model, quite simple. You book train ticket, we earn a commission. You book, you book ancillary like trip assurance, we earn that ancillary revenue. And we also have a substantial portion of ad revenue. Right? And in future, we'll have facilities like free cancellation. And not just that, we are trying to build a multi-modal system where we'll combine all the modes of travel in your one journey. So one PNR combining bus, flight, train. There's the team. I'm Vineet. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Trainman. My other co-founder, Karan, he's the co-founder and CTO. We have been working together for past several years. GFS helped us in a lot of things. So one, it helped us in making our Google ads spend very effective, 30% more effective, funnel optimization. Then trip assurance predictions accuracy increased a lot because of the inputs from the team here at Google. So we have a 97% accuracy in trip assurance. And a few days back, we were acquired by Adani Group. So, I'll click that again. this is the image. So basically, we are not looking to raise any money. Is there a way we can lower it? Yeah. So this is the new team. Thank you, folks.
Probably one of the few startups here who's not raising. Thanks, Vineet.
Awesome.
I now want to call Satvik, the co-founder of Vitra AI. They're in the media and entertainment space.
Hello. Hello. Hello all. I'm Satvik, co-founder and CEO at Vitra.ai. At Vitra, we are building the future of AI-based content translation. I'm Satvik and this is my co-founder Akash. We have known each other for the last 15 years. We've been best friends, benchmates, classmates from way back in pre-university days. And we won some of the largest hackathons like Sequoia Hack, Google Hack, Microsoft Hack, etc. And both of us have 10 years of experience in the industry. We've worked in the space of machine learning since the last 7 to 8 years. And that's a brief about us. Everyone creates world-class content, whether it's $100 billion enterprise or an influencer with just one follower on Instagram. All of them create content today. And today, content is a way people communicate with others, right? But one of the biggest challenges that all of them face is they fail to reach more and more people because language is the biggest barrier. Even today, the whole process of translation is extremely human intensive, time consuming, and there is no single solution. Right? And there is Google Translate, no doubt, but that's focused on text translation. Right? But we are trying to build the future of AI-based translation where you can translate videos, images, podcast, and text to 75 plus languages with just one click. This whole process is 100 times faster than any manual process in the world and is over 90% cheaper, thereby making this an obvious solution for enterprises and influencers to use the tool. Let me just play a demo for you. This is an example of video translation.
स्टोरी का थॉट अब मैं अभी बैठ के 2023 के जनवरी में अगर कहूँ it started in 2008 I started in Mumbai but if I have to tell the story now I am from Bihar எனவே நாங்கள் பீகாரில் பிறந்து வளர்ந்த போது நான் இதை நிறைய முறை சொல்லியிருக்கிறேன் என் பெயர் ஸ்ரத்தா என்று நாம் சொல்லவில்லை nosotros decimos nuestro nombre es Shraddha y venimos y vamos así es como nos han educado.
This is an example of image translation that happens across languages, and this is how a website translation would work. And again, in the website, it's not just textual translation, right? We even translate the videos and images inside the website, right, to 75 languages. When it comes to our technology, right, something that we specialize in is the context-aware engine, right? It has auto-suggestion, auto-correction, and semantic correction engine, where all your translations are contextual. And today, like you saw, there was voice cloning of Shraddha Sharma, who's the CEO of Your Story, right? Like her, we can clone 8 billion voices to 75 languages, all of yours, right? And when it comes to our website translation, it's a no-code solution where you can just copy-paste a small snippet of code inside your website. And on the fly, it gets translated to 75 languages. We also do rich content image translation like Photoshop, Illustrators too. And very soon, by the end of the year, we are launching live video translation on Zoom, Meet, and Teams, as well as YouTube, right? Live video translation as well. We have primarily worked with B2B, right? HDFC, ICICI, ITC, Flipkart, Swiggy, Star, and Viacom being our customers, and Target in the US as well, right? And We have some of the largest influencers like TJ Walker, who's our customer. Our B2C product, Translate.video, has over 30,000 users who are using the tool. When it comes to the whole suite of products like you see here, if you just sit back and watch, it's not just a text translation tool, but we work on all rich content media formats like videos, images, audio, text, eventually into the VR and AR ecosystems of metaverse as well. We're funded by 100x and Inflexor. We're a part of some of the largest accelerators like Target, Flipkart Leap, Google Accelerator, GeoGen Next, and more. So far, we've raised $560,000. We're actively raising a $1.5 million round, out of which half of it is committed and money in the bank. We're looking to raise the remaining half of the money. So all of this would be used for growing our marketing and sales efforts as a company. With Google Accelerator, we did phenomenally. I mean, the introduction of OKR was incredible, right? I mean, overall, just in the last 3 months, we could see a significant improvement in the overall agility of the company and teams and individuals at that level, right? We've made it to Google ISV, which is the partner program. That's phenomenal as a company. And we've launched 3 products thanks to the OKRs and some of the mentorship from Google. 3 products over the last 3 months. And also, I mean, this is again like a business stuff, right? Internally, technologically, I mean, we're significantly using the Palm API as well as the Vertex to optimize and improvise some of our internal systems. Our goal is to help translate content 100 times faster than any other process in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satvik. We've got our last startup for the day, but unfortunately the founder couldn't be here in person, but we've managed to get a recording for you. They're an edtech startup based out of Gurgaon, Philo.
Hey guys, I'm Shadman Anwar, co-founder and CTO at Philo. Me with a few of my friends from the teaching industry started off building Philo. So what we realized over the years is, like a friend of mine, he's a teacher at an institute. He goes to his institute, teaches, delivers his lecture, and then when he comes back, maybe late at night, a lot of his students message him, text him on WhatsApp, hey sir, can you help me with this particular problem? I'm stuck. And then he would maybe at times reluctantly take a photo of it, send it to the students, and then the students would come back, yeah, sir, I don't understand how you did step 1 to step 2 or step 2 to step 3, and then it would end up into an eventual never-ending text messages to and fro, and then my friend would get frustrated, and at the end of it, he would pick up his phone, give the student a call. Maybe it'll take him not more than 1 or 2 minutes, explain him the solution to that problem, and then move on with his life. And this would happen on a continuous day-to-day basis. So what we've realized is all the traditional methods of education, let's say for instance, schools, colleges, books, videos, all of these are method of information delivery to a student. What we need to understand is students would eventually come back home, assimilate all of these content into their head, and that is where the actual learning of a student happens. Schools are just content delivery. People come back, people assimilate this content, and then they learn. And these are students, these are not rocket scientists. And it's obvious that there'll be a lot of hurdles that they face when they are trying to assimilate a 6-hour long school content by themselves. And once they get stuck at a particular problem or particular thing that they're trying to learn, they have very little avenues left for them to take help with. And that is where Philo actually comes into place. Philo is the world's only instant live tutoring platform in which whenever a student is stuck with any of his particular problem, let's say he's trying to learn a particular chapter, learn a particular subject, or trying to solve a problem, or maybe just he does not want to learn, or he has troubles in actually learning, all he needs to do is open the Philo app, put down his problem. The Philo would connect him to the right tutor for that particular student instantly within the next 60 seconds over a video call, and the student can then get unhooked of his problem with the help of the teacher right then and there itself. So how it's a very simple outcome that we've been able to build. It's a very basic mobile app. A student opens the app, puts down his question, like you mentioned below. Earlier, the algorithm that works on the platform that would search for the right tutor for that particular subject. Let's say he's a class 12th physics student who's learning physics, and we know for a fact that the question that he is asking or the problem that he's trying to ask is a tough problem. We'd connect him to a likewise tutor. And similarly, let's say if he's asking a very basic question, and we connect him to a teacher who would maybe handhold him in a slower manner, that would eventually be a better outcome for that particular student. We've been able to, we started off late 2020, and in the span of 2.5 years, we've been able to reach about 4 million user base, spanning across 15 to 16 different countries, with students coming back to the platform tremendously. We've seen students being able to do over 100,000 live one-to-one tutoring sessions in a day, and so on and so forth. And coming back to how we've been able to utilize AI in Philo, I mentioned to you earlier, the system is basically a crux which matches the student to the tutor for a particular problem. And that is the first problem that we've been able to build with AI, matching of a student. And this internally is built up of multiple problem solvers. Let's say, for instance, analyzing of a question, identifying a question, how difficult it is, identifying a profile of a student, whether the student is a fast-paced learner, whether the student is a slow-paced learner, whether the student is more interested into learning numerical answers, or the vice versa, is more interested into learning learning more theoretical or derivatives. And likewise, similarly, building profiles on the tutors, identifying these tutors, separating them into different cohorts, into different buckets, and then on top of that, matching any student to a tutor for a particular question that he at a particular point in time wants to ask. Another very great product that we've been able to build is that of an AI tutor. This is a very on the prima facie it looks very simple, but it's built with a lot of logics and a lot of thought involved into it. It's like you would expect. It's based on the AI tutor. It's trained on standard LLMs like ChatGPT, and we have versions of it running on ChatGPT, versions of it running on Palm. It's fine-tuned for a set of problems that we have provided to. That would be for grade 11, grade 12 physics and mathematics. And then its conversation is fine-tuned to the pedagogy that we have been able to build with the human tutors in the system. This is one of the projects that we had started once we started off with the Google Accelerator program, and we've been able to put it into production. I've seen significant adoption within the student community of this product. And apart from that, are the very basic, right now, given how they're prioritized, Google Visions, content filtering, OCR and all that, we've also been able to build a very, for instance, a session pedagogy analyzer product, which eventually would, let's say a student and a teacher are having a conversation, and once the conversation ends, the system would build a transcript of the session, build down the pedagogy of that session, put it into 15 to 20 different parameters, and then relate the teacher or the student accordingly. We've been lucky enough to win multiple awards from different organizations. We were lucky enough to win the Google's User Choice Award last year. We've been very fortunate to win a significant contribution in e-governance from the Government of India this year. And to support our students, we've built a very strong community of teachers. Right now, we're doing 60,000 plus strong tutor family that are there to help our kids 24/7. And lastly, Google Startup and how Google Startup has helped us grow in the last 3.5 months. Starting off, like I mentioned earlier, starting off with the Accelerator program, we took up 3 different problems that we needed to solve. One was building an AI form of tutor that would help our students in leaner hours, let's say late at night when there is a lesser demand of human tutors and human tutors are not available. We will have an AI assistant or AI tutor for students. Uh, it's basically a pocket tutor in their hand, whichever simple problems that they have, they can get really good access to. The other one is helping tutors with delivering their sessions. So we need to realize teachers themselves are also humans, and there is a limited capacity in which people would be able to recollect things. And it's human nature to make slight errors when delivering, let's say, lectures or when delivering sessions to students. And we have an AI assistant in the product that we've been able to build that in turns helps the tutors with correctness of their session delivery. More than that, I think it's one of the significant help that we got from the mentors at the Google Accelerator was better business economics. Over the past 3 months, we've been able to increase our gross margins significantly and significantly reduce our customer acquisition cost, eventually helping us build a more better and viable business in the days to come forward. That is more or less that I had to give. And thanks a lot, folks.
Information. Probably it's too much to have like 20 startups in a stretch. But I think we are so impressed with the kind of progress they made over 3 months. All of us at Google is not just few of us, but it's also a bunch of us. They have been working with the startups very closely. I just want to take few minutes to just to take this moment to thank the team who's really behind making this progress, right? It's not just us from the GFSA team, but there's a extended team and advisors who has been helping these startups. First of all, startup success managers. These are I think they deserve that. So they we had around 10 SSMs. These are, they're 20% roles. As at Google, we have something called 20% role. They take 20% of time to work on some other project which is interesting. I think they were almost working more than 20% with the 2 startups they're managing. But whatever you've seen in the progress that you made is because of the regular, engagement they're having with the SSM to identify the right vendors, provide all the relevant support, and help them to navigate within Google. So thank you so much, all the startup success managers, for your help and contribution. Really appreciate that. And our anchor mentors, these are senior leaders from across Google. So we also had anchor mentors assigned to each of these startups. You heard from Chintan in the morning, but we have a bunch of others across. I think Shilpa is also here. Bunch of them sort of support them, provide advice, and help them to open doors, not just within Google, but also outside Google. So it would not have been possible without the help that we got from all of the anchor mentors that we have been in this program as a part of the Class 7. So thank you so much, all the anchor mentors, for all the support. And of course, we also have like external anchor mentors who sort of help them to ask the open question and try to understand what are the real challenges. So we try to bring that external perspective to avoid any bias in terms of understanding the challenges. These are some of the mentors who has been working with the startups very closely. But these are just few of them. We have a big list of mentors who has been working with us. Literally more than 100 plus mentors they met over bootcamp as well as the virtual, the tailored support that we provided. I just want to skim through some of these slides, but unfortunately we could not display the pictures of everyone because the list is huge. So thank you so much, everyone contributed within Google, outside Google. I think this was possible because of the energy and support that you provided. For all of you, this is not your full time, so really appreciate what you have done for the startups. So with that, I also want to take a moment to thank all the startups. I think at the end it's possible because also what they sort of build and go and implemented or the progress they made. So all the credits goes back to them. So we were so privileged to work with all of them. As a part of the accelerator, we are so proud to have them in the program. I think it's the other way around. Like some of the startups say that it's good to be a part of this program. For us, it's the other way around. It's so much to learn from them, understand what's going on, what are the feedbacks. So really appreciate your engagement, and we're hoping to continue that even through the alumni program. So with that, I don't take more time, but I want to sort of call Chindan now, who is one of our anchor mentors. I don't know if you have Shilpa here. Uh, she just left. If she's outside, if we can get her. But otherwise, if we have Soham, Ranjini, Paul, any of them, we need like few of them here on the stage. While they come on the stage, so we are going to take a few minutes just to hand over trophies to the a momentum from small momentum from us, all of us at Google, to the startups, and you can hopefully you can keep it as a memory of Google for startups in your office. So yeah, so we want to do that right now. So first, let me call Chindan while others come on the stage. And in case if you want to share a few words, otherwise we'll start calling the startups.
No, please call them. I don't want to hold them any longer. But I think we could have all our enthusiasm, all the supporters, mentors, part of this program. But this would have not been, so exciting without the kind of passion, the work that you all bring. So thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Cool. I think we'll call one by one, not in any particular order, but we want to call Trainman because they have a flight to catch. Uh, yeah, can we have, and if we can hand it over from here, just for the picture, we'll also pause for the picture. Act of it. Cloud physician. Do we have Swastika AI here? Swastika AI. DPI Corp, previously Namaste Business. Blend. Nourish. Okay. I think they'll be right back. Let's call Karma Life. Do we have Karma Life here? Cool. Maybe they're too busy talking to investors. Vitra, Vitra.ai. Algo Bio.
Hello.
Thank you.
Line chat.
Line
Line
chat.
chat.
The trophy round. Thank you.
Scano. Neo dogs. Cool. Chorus. One last one for Chindan. You know, you must be tired of call Paul next. Thank you so much, Chindan. Paul, if you can come over and hand it over to the rest of the startups. Which one is? Mossack? Expertia? Do we have a router here? Ayurhythm? Chintan and Paul, and also all the startups really appreciate your engagement with the program. We are so looking forward to see what now you will achieve next. And as I mentioned, it's not the end, and we have the next startups here. So as we have Kiner, may I request Paul again? Yeah. Before we end, we have a closing note. I think we'll just wait for the speaker to be here. So while we do that, you can go and grab the coffee from behind. We will be back in a couple of minutes, probably in 2-3 minutes, and then we'll wrap up for the day. We'll also make sure that startups please stay back. We'll take a group picture. And we also have a high tea networking happening after the closing note. So please come back after 2-3 minutes. See you soon. couple of minutes just to wrap up. All right, I think we will get started. I think the last session of the day, closing note by, we have Judy here. She's the head of strategy and operations for global startups program. So she's also, came along with the James from the Mountain View office. So we'll take, a couple more minutes. If folks in the room, if you can grab your chair. And then we're going to end with that, and then it will be followed by the networking high tea. So with that, over to you, Judy. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, hi, how's everyone doing? I know this is, I think I'm the last of the day, and it's probably been a long day for you all, and so we'll make it brief as everybody is starting to take their seats. First, I'd like to just say, who's had a great demo day? Who's had a great demo day? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Like, yes. Oh my God, that's a lukewarm demo day. Who's had the best demo day ever? Yeah. All right. So I want to congratulate everyone and then thank you for choosing Google for Startups Accelerators to work with on your journey. This is an incredible step that you guys have all taken and coming through the skills acquisition and everything else. And I'm incredibly proud of your accomplishments in partnering with us. By way of brief introduction, my name is Judy Wu. I lead startup strategy and programs here at Google Cloud. I've been at Google Cloud for about 2.5 years, and then prior to that, I worked at AWS for 8 years, also working specifically in the startup space and building community globally. So I'm really, really proud to be here with Google on this next stage, the journey, and then also working with all of you. I think some of you guys spoke, heard James speak earlier in the day, and he probably covered why we're here. And so we're, on this tour of Asia, and specifically within Singapore. And by the way, this is my first time in India, so I've been really looking forward to it. And so I'm really glad that you guys are my first day here as well. As I'm coming into India and the meetings that I've had all day, meeting startups, meeting ecosystem leaders, with VCs, accelerators, and incubators, I'm really just struck by the enthusiasm and the vibrancy of this ecosystem in particular. And it really stands out against a lot of the other ecosystems that I've visited, and the conversations and the collaboration that I've had. So I want to call that out and highlight that. One of the other things in terms of just hearing all of your pitches today, and then also in terms of working with the other folks throughout the day, is that we're going into 2024 planning for Google as a whole. And as part of that, my job is to figure out where do we invest, specifically what programs and in which areas and which markets we really want to invest in order to help startups succeed. Because at the end of the day, this is about helping you guys be successful. If you guys as startups are successful, then Google Cloud is successful. And so that's effectively my job, which is to work with you guys to figure that out. So again, I'm really, really thrilled for all of the work that you guys have done as part of this accelerator. This is clearly not the end of your journey. Still stay closely connected with your Google Cloud teams. You guys are all part of the Google for Startups Cloud program now also. That program is one that my team looks after very closely, and I just want to remind you guys, take advantage of all of the benefits that are part of that program. It's not just the credits that you get. Don't forget to sign up for technical support and get technical support for free for a year as part of it. You get Maps credits, you get Workspace credits, so there's a whole host of different benefits that you get throughout the program. So just make sure that you take advantage of everything you got through it, and then stay connected with your cloud team. So the last thing that I want to say, so that you guys can actually close out and be done, is, again, good luck with your journey. I hope to see you guys back here again in a year for the next demo day, and for you guys to share your guidance, with the next class and, the next generation that's coming through, and to be able to be mentors and leaders in guiding them in this journey as well. All right, so I hope you all enjoyed demo day. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to participate in this. And I was so fortunate for the timing of this to happen this way. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy, for your time and for joining us today. Okay, we're at the end of demo day, and I just have one last request for all of you. If you can take a minute to scan this QR code or use the link that's displayed, I promise you it'll take only a minute. We will be using your feedback to make sure that our next event is better. So feel free to take a minute. I'll wait. I'd like to call all the startup teams, all the startup success managers, mentors, everyone who supported us during this program. Please do come to the front for a group picture. In case your team members are not in the